So today we will indeed be continuing the pumpkin hunt. We will indeed. We're at 5k there. Just also realized that I'm on 5k on another 1 in 4k hunt. I do be indeed. Hello, how are you doing? I'm doing quite fine. Nothing too bad. Jeez. Oh, congrats. That's a nice one. I don't know if I personally will ever be getting into the Ultra Beast hunts. I know that some of the Ultra Beasts, they are more annoying to hunt in the Ultra games. Yeah, me too. It's a very nice shiny. Most of the Ultra Beasts, honestly, are quite good though, shiny wise. I will say that. There is like bunch of them that barely like change. Oh, nice. But then they are also fine. I don't know. I have a weird thing. I like and dislike Buzzwole shiny. Weirdly. Like, I like it, but I guess I probably would personally wish that it wouldn't be having red on it at all when it's shiny. I guess that's like my issue with it. I just think that it looks a little odd. It's not bad, but I would say probably my least favorite of the Ultra Beasts. Oh, by the way, do you know that if I would like to hunt the Ultra Beasts on the DAs, could I join someone's even though I don't have them unlocked yet? Because it could be a weird thing that they have blocked, you know? Yeah, because it would make sense if they would be blocked. Because you need to complete the story enough to unlock them. But then again, you can also join into the other game's exclusives and then save them for yourself. So yeah, I don't know either. And as I said, I probably won't be too interested in doing that myself, but an interesting thing if it would be possible though. Okay, so it should be possible then. If you don't have the DLC story completed. Because I know that in order for your game to be having the Ultra Beast, you need to be completing the DLC story enough. Like the quests for the legendaries mainly. It's like, it's fine that it's locked it behind there, but at the same time it's a little annoying in my opinion. Oh there, cat. But yeah, it would make sense if they wouldn't be locked. They didn't really lock too many things anyways. It's not like you can be joining in Scarlet and Violet Dance that you haven't unlocked yourself yet, like story-wise. Yeah, I know that that's the way to unlock them, but I didn't know that you can like get the Ultra Beasts like straight away if someone joins or you join someone. Because that's how I'm assuming that you have gotten the circuitry. That you join someone, right? Yeah, so you can join in then. So if I would like to myself do them, I could. That's good to know, I guess. It's just a weird thing because at the same time I would understand if people would be like into hunt for the Ultra Beasts there. But then again, like soft resets in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, they aren't too bad. I mean, odds are worse, but technically you're gonna be getting more checks done than one of the, what is it? One of the DAs. Yeah, hopefully everybody's having a good day. As I said, I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed. I'm like weirdly like tired, but not tired. Honestly. What? What could I do? I could do DAs. I guess it depends really. Of course, will I get it like at what time today? But I'm planning on doing DAs anyways on the weekend. I usually do them like once or maybe twice a week. Because this week I might be able to do actually a stream. Because of plans changed on both Saturday and Sunday. Well, yeah, maybe. But I will say that if nothing else, I will be doing them at some point on the weekend, most likely. Trying to get 100 checks in for the evil bacon bird. Yeah, DAs, they are fun indeed, but my problem with them is that I like usually doing most of the time like hunts that I can feel that I do progress in, and DAs unfortunately they are indeed. As you probably know that getting one check can sometimes take a while, so it doesn't feel like you're making that much of progress. But they're nice to do every once in a while, though. As like maybe once or twice a week is a good thing for me. Also, weekends are good because more people are more likely to be on like earlier in the day. Which is nice because usually I at least have, whenever I do be doing DAs, one actual person be doing them with. Maybe not for the first two, but after that usually, yeah. Yeah, I'm quite sad though about the pumpkaboo hunting in quotes this long, even though it doesn't bother me that much encounter-wise. But I would really like to do a old cemetery hunt for the, you know, for the spooky month Halloween hunt as well. But I think at this point, at this point it's gonna be probably too late. Yeah. The problem really with me with DAs is that, you know, like no matter do you play alone or with other people, it's still gonna be taking alone. It takes maybe 15 to 20 minutes. With actual people, it takes from 20 to 25 minutes to do one check. Of course, you could get incredibly lucky and you could get one in 15 minutes as well, but like it's quite rare. You would need to be having like so many super effective moves against the opponents. It will be going that fast. But they are fun and good. I like to do them indeed. And yeah, that also another reason why I'm kind of limiting to it once or twice a week. Usually once a week because I usually only stream on one of the days on weekends. Is because I do 6 hours at once. So, you know, it is like good enough for me. Nice Autobot. I don't mind that one, you mean. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I mostly like my self hunts, as I said, that I can feel like I'm making progress. Like, I don't mind doing DAs, like as I said, once or twice a week, but so I don't know why I did lower the auto mod thing. It's still kicking on. It hasn't kicked on in ages though. I get why that would be one, but still. Wow. Yeah, and I also guess that it really depends for the yeah, probably. Speaking of that, I have like literally almost like no, I don't think that would have ever done like pumpkin carving. I guess I've talked about it before that it's not that big of a thing in here, like Halloween and such. Or at least it hasn't ever been in my family. But from what I have heard, we kind of celebrated similar thing, but it's not like Halloween. We still call it like Halloween because why make up another term? But like it's a little bit different though. And I don't know, is it this weekend that we would be doing the things if I would be going ahead and doing things? I mean, I have never really been too big of a fan of pumpkins anyways. As I said, like, pumpkins around, like, Halloween time, they aren't a big thing in here. Like, maybe once in my life I have had, like, a pumpkin pie during, like, Halloween time. But then again, every family is different and mine just didn't celebrate. Yeah, will this weekend be? I mean, it probably is, because it's the last weekend. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think... yeah, we don't do... I guess, as I said, probably is depending on the... of course, the family itself, because my family or my parents really... they were, like, saying that don't go to strangers' doors in the night. So that's why, like, trick-or-treating for me personally hasn't been a big thing. But yeah. I mean, we might have, like, when I was a little, maybe we did have, like, some thing more, like, maybe some spooky things. But, like, nothing really, because, as I said, it's not really a big thing in here. Like, I think, like, the most that I remember is that maybe there was every few years or so there was, like... I don't remember, was it one of my cousins or whatever? I'm always mixing what is my relation to them. But there was like one, like at least if nothing that close family friend did have like some sort of a Halloween party. But that's about it. I do remember that we did go for like... in few years we did go ahead and go trick-or-treating. But like nothing too much. Yeah, I will say that it always, of course, depends really on the place, because, like, I will say it might be sounding strange, but the trick-or-treating, as I said, it isn't too big of a thing in here. In here, it's more around Easter, like we go ahead and ask for, like, you know, chocolate eggs from door to door. But it's during the daytime, so more parents are willing to do it. But like specifically where I live now, there has never been a kid that has been coming to trick or treat or asking for Easter eggs, or whatever my things. It's just because we live right now in an apartment building, so like they're not really here. They're more of in the places that people actually own the houses and stuff like that. Yeah, I would like to say that as well, like, if we're talking about, like, I guess religion-wise, then there is, like, celebration of Midsummer is a very big one in here. Independence Day, of course, but I don't know. I know it's a special day, but I don't really celebrate it too much. I don't think that I have never heard anyone to celebrate it too much. There is always one movie though that plays when it's the Independence Day. Also, I can't for the life of me say that word. But that's like the most tradition that I have ever gotten out of it. I don't personally watch it because first of all, I'm not too big of a fan of the movie because, you know, it's around war and I don't really care. It's very loud and also it's the same movie every single year. There was like a remake kind of made from each. And then they like either the channel plays them both or they like play one of the versions on one year and then the next year the other one. Yeah, I know, but I mean, I guess you could just like not celebrate every single day, but just appreciate things. I think that is like good enough. Yeah, it's not really, but like I get it why like it was a big thing, of course. Like I understand it, but yeah. I remember when I was a kid, I was scared of that movie because it was so loud. Like, I understand it, but like, it's so loud. I didn't like it. But yeah, do be what it do be. As I said, I understand like history-wise why it is important of a movie. But yeah. I have actually never fully watched it and I probably should. Because my parents think that everyone should be at least watching it once, but then again I already learned about it in school. So I don't really see a reason. Because of that. But as I said, I completely understand why it's a big thing. It's just like, not for me though. And you know, fair enough. Not everything is for everyone, anyways. Yeah. And also, like, I don't know why, but I always found it strange why my parents were so fixated in watching the same movie every year. Because I would more understand, like, if you, like, were part of the war, you know, more. But, I mean, if you like it, I guess. I have heard, like, if you like the movie, it's pretty good. obviously. But yeah. As I said, I understand everything about it, why it is important and stuff like that, but like, I just don't really see a reason to see a movie every year. I know that there is some people that watch it more often, even, because like, why not? I mean, yeah. I don't think that we have like seen like, I don't know, when was the last time there was a Pokemon movie in TV in here? I have never watched any of them because they were always on channels that we didn't have, but yeah, I wonder. Probably has been years. Like, could it be like 10 years? Yeah, but what I do is like, it's one of the only like always gonna be a free day from school slash work, but I either like stream nowadays or just chill. Maybe have some special food, but that's about it. But yeah, I know like why like certain days are like a big thing, like for example for us the Independence Day, for you know sad reasons. But then again, I just feel weird to celebrate them. You know? I understand like you're not supposed to be celebrating, you're supposed to be remembering things or people, really, but it's just a weird thing though. But I'm glad that we have Independence Day though. I'm not saying that. I'm very glad. I remember because like when Finland turned 18, or not 18, 100, my mom was joking that you can drink alcohol then. Yeah, but there's like some days that I do understand and like are big things, as I said, like Independence Day, for example, for us. Like it's a good thing to celebrate. I like that it has more turned into in the last like 5 to 10 years. More to that it's, you know, not as thinking of like as sad anymore, more as a good, you know. So I like that indeed. Like surely is there so many days in the year that like there is sad things happened and you should be celebrating them. I'm not. Yeah, exactly. It's a very nice day for that indeed. Another weird thing that I know that not too many places have to be as always a free day from school slash work is 1st of May. Like, I know that technically if I would be doing this as a job, aka I would be getting money out of streaming, I technically wouldn't be allowed to be streaming that day. But yeah. Doobie, what a doobie. The 1st of May, it is indeed. For some people might sound strange, but it is like a day to celebrate like working people. Pretty much. I don't remember what's the fancy word in English for that, but basically that. So that's why most of the places are closed that day. It's not as big anymore though, because like you can be open 24/7 nowadays, for example, with yeah, that. I know it's not a big thing everywhere, but in here it is indeed Labor Day to be the right word. But yeah. It is indeed a day that it's one of those days that, in quotes, everyone should be going into like markets and stuff like that and enjoy their days there. Even though it's technically supposed to be a day that you shouldn't be working, but I don't know. It's weird. Well, yeah. Again, a good thing. Again, part of the past. I have never really actually thought of it as like a bad thing from the past, why we celebrate it. But, I just think that it is, you know, a day. I know technically because of my education level, I should be wearing a special clothes that day. And technically, you could be yelling for me not to be wearing them. Yeah, exactly. Let's celebrate random things. Like the cat being absolutely insane and looking from the window for like the past 3 hours. Since leaves are falling. Only stop when she was eating and maybe going to the bathroom. No, it's like, no, it's the opposite, because there's like you don't have to like buy specific clothes when you're like in higher education. I'm in the University of Applied Sciences. So like you could buy like special piece of clothing, and technically every Labor Day you should be wearing it. And if you are not, and they know, they could be saying that you should be wearing it. Stuff like that. I have never worn mine more than once. I just bought it. It's the same thing with if you have graduated from your like university or something like that. That you can like freely equip the hat as well. But yeah. Technically I should be wearing it that day, but I don't like it. It's just my problem. Also, it's a very weird day because it's 1st of May and, you know, living in a colder country. There is a tradition that in like, especially around here, that in a very specific place you should be going to swim, even though it's technically not allowed. I don't know why. So that's the reason why usually so many people are sick the next day. It's more of a school thing though than the work thing. Yeah. It do be like that. I mean, I will say though that like the special clothes that we get, or it's actually one piece of clothes, it's like the onesie. I think, whole body thing. It did cost, was it like 60 euros to 100 euros max? But then again, it's supposed to be lasting forever and, you don't need to return it or anything like that. Also, there is like weird like rules with it as well that you can't really be washing it. Like, if it becomes dirty, it's supposed to be dirty afterwards. But yeah. I guess I just like to be, on my own comfy clothes, so I don't like to wear things like that. But yeah, I have always absolutely hated it when it hasn't been too many times the case. Yeah, I know. But, like, I think you can hand wash it in a specific way. It's more of a, like, an old traditional thing. That you can be, like, washing it in a washing machine. But yeah, it is indeed very weird. Yeah, I have always hated when as I said, it almost never was the case, but always hated when I needed to buy like a piece of clothing for one specific situation and then never ever wear it again because I absolutely hate it. As I said, I like my comfy clothes. I don't want to be wearing a dress. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's supposed to be looking dirty and, like, you have used it. Like, that's the thing, but... yeah. For what it has done for me, it has been in the closet, like, few days afterwards since I did buy it. So it has been there for over 3 years. But yeah, I guess, like, I know, like, there's, like, certain things that, you should be getting from, like, certain schools, like, I guess a funny thing to be doing, like, going to the parties, whatever. Never been a big fan of them, never did go to even one of them. Like, I know that I technically should be going to them, but at the same time, I just don't care. I have never been a person that likes to party. I guess for my reason why I don't want to be going for them is because, since all of us would be adults, all of us should be drinking there, and I don't want to. Like, literally the only places that I drink myself is at home or with, like, other close, like, people in certain special days. Also, I like to be at home. I like to indeed. And I mean, I guess also I would have also been quite a bit of different from like usual like this kind of school experience anyways. Even if I would have been into it because of was a certain thing that did hit the world and I was switched into distance learning. Was a certain thing. So, you know, it wasn't really allowed to be having parties or anything like that. One thing that I will say, though, that I'm quite proud of us Finns, that even though we were never really taught that don't do them at, like, very early on, we, like, never really had them. Surely there was people that were upset, but, like, most of us, like, was... whatever. Yeah. I mean, the only thing that I will say, if you drink, drink responsibly. Like, usually, like, I think the most amount that I usually drink in a year is when we celebrate the midsummer, as I said, one of the biggest things that we celebrate. And maybe it's like two or three cans of like cider or like something like similar. So like not that much even. That's like the very huge amount. But yeah, not too much. I've never really been that big of a fan of it. It could be because like I don't have personal bad experience with it, but I was scared quite good with it. And also, my dad might have been having some problems, so... Anyways. Yeah. It's better now, though. But, yeah. And I guess that, because I was quite a boring kid slash teen, whatever my thing. Hello there. I was never really into like breaking rules, you know. So like I like never really cared too much. Also, since problems that I have seen with them, you know, not being responsible, I've seen them firsthand. But anyways, let's move on. What are you doing, Ray J? Yeah. It do be like that. I'm doing quite fine. Are you hunting something today? Oh, nice. I don't know what you're talking about what numbers? What numbers are you talking about? It's a bunch of numbers. Was it a like long chain? Oh, nice. Was there too many broken chains? Still my only successful Pokeradar hunt that I have been like doing chains for. I haven't not really been doing anything else. Has been Tyrogue. Yeah, they do be kind of expected though. Oh, the shine. How many encounters I have done? I just use a Stream Deck that has like a program inside it that just increases the numbers. But if you just have another program that just increases numbers by you just pressing a button, that also works. And then there is also like some websites that also do that. Yeah. Have a good work day, but thanks for being here and have a good day anyways. But yeah, I personally use a program in Stream Deck and then just press the button. But yeah, there's a bunch of other ways. Thank you. Most likely, yeah, but thanks. I will probably have a good day as well. There we go. Yeah, my only successful radar hunt has, like as I said, one I have been hunting on specifically has been in Tyrogue. I don't remember how many broken chains it was. It was quite a good amount. Oh, thank you for the good luck. You have good lucks with your hunts as well. I don't, as I said, I don't remember how many broken chains it was, but it was 40 chain that I did end up going for. It was the first 40 chain that I did go for as well, so I felt quite lucky with it. But I don't know, I kind of like, I haven't done it too much, but I very much liked when I did do like full odds Pokeradar in PDSP. You know, Zero Chain. That was fun. Got a Wingull out of it. Still have not finished the second thing on it. I did start a new one. And someday. Someday indeed. Also, even though my 1 in 4K luck is absolute trash, as you can see, my 1 in 8K luck is insane. I talked about it before, like I got was last week, I got a 5% Magmar in Burn Tower, under 1,000. Today I did get a, in the Burn Tower I did get the Rattata under 1,000 as well. No, I don't have a shiny charm. This is my full odds file. Indeed. Even though I probably should be learning from my mistakes that I don't have good luck with 1 in 4K. But hey, don't mind them. Yeah, I don't mind hunting with full odds sometimes. I kind of like the idea that I probably will be going with is to be having maybe one file like with certain games to always be full odds. Just because I don't really mind. They're fun. And also more rewarding. Oh, were you hunting there? I think I will be resting my Soul Silver for a while though. Getting 200,000 both, like, jeez. I think I'll let it rest for a little while. Oh, good luck with that. Is Onyx a high percent to begin with? I will say that surprisingly enough, my like Safari Zone hunts, I have been able to get every single one of them, and I think that's illegal. But I mean, in Great Marsh, I have lost so many, it's insane. Nice. Are you doing like a DDQ or something like that, or just doing it for other reasons? Oh, yeah, well... That is indeed the fun of the game, isn't it? Also, that's the reason why some people find it weird that people want to be hunting in the safaris zone, indeed, but I think it's fun. Oh, and Jigglypuff, I mean... I will say that Jigglypuff from older generations, it looks fine. I don't know what my best shiny would be, because of course, like, I have the first one that holds, of course, a special place. I have another one that is special because it's a very rare one. And I have another one that is quite rare as well that I like. Because I have like the first one was Ghastly. I was trying to complete the decks in my original shield file. Then there is the 1% Bidoof from Great Marsh that I'm happy about because you know 1%. Then I have, when I was doing my Scarlet Badge quest, I did find a full odds marked one that wasn't uncommon. So that is also like a nice find. I don't really know. I don't know what would be my best shiny though. I like them all. And, like, I like shinies, but at the same time there is the problem that like you rarely use the shinies. So many ones that I like. I mean, I will say that one thing that it's not going to be my favorite shiny that I have is not one of the Wargrams that I have from the Sinisty hunting. It's a cool shiny, but when you have over 10 of them, you don't really care. Surprisingly enough. Yeah. It is kind of the thing as well, why is it so hard for me to say specifically what is my favorite Pokemon as well? Because I like them, I like quite a good amount of them, so hard to pin out which is the favorite. Oh yeah, I guess also the first one that I did find in the badge quest is like, it's not that like special, but it's so funny that I literally did get the first shiny for the badge quest. Not even like 5 minutes in max from like actual gameplay that I would be able to actually see a shinies. Yeah. But they all are on their own a little bit special. Yeah, shiny hunting most of the time for me as well is quite relaxing. It's like some situations that it's a little bit more stressful, I will say. Like for this Pumpkaboo hunt, I'm of course trying to just encounter the Pumpkaboos, and there is two aggressive kinds that can sometimes be a stress to be running away from. And yeah, most of the time I'm not too stressed with shiny hunting. I don't think that I have ever been in a situation where I would be hunting for a shiny Pokemon that, you know, could be going wrong. They are spawning in the wild area as well. If I would be wanting to do a pumpkin hunt, I could be doing it in the wild area as well. But I guess in here it's a lot easier to avoid like other things. Also in specific situations in wild areas can be annoying and on. Thank you for the follow. Because the weather can be an annoyance. Also they are higher level, so I would need to look up the moveset, even though they shouldn't be having anything that would be an issue. That's why I usually like to honestly hunt in lower level areas, because I can feel more safe in them. Because they most likely don't have, I don't know, self-destruct, explosion, memento. I say that and I'm gonna be going into maybe the old cemetery. It's just the thing is that it's getting quite late on the month, so I won't probably be able to end the hunt. It would be nice. Was I expecting this hunt to be taking over the almost entire month? No. But that's the beauty of shiny hunting. Last year under the 300 and this year hopefully under 10k. I'm not asking too much. It would be double odds at that point anyways. It would indeed. Also, one other cool thing that I did find last night as well. I was trying to get the Umbreon in the SOS calls in Ultrasun, or yeah, Ultrasun it was. I got in the call number 39. I got a shiny Eevee that did have the hidden ability, which I think is very cool. And I don't have shiny charm even. I'm literally at the beginning of the game. I've like defeated the water trial. Oh, nice. Where do you get your Giratina at? It's a very good shiny. Yeah, and I think isn't the static Umbreon a little bit of a pain in Sword and Shield as well, because there's always gonna be a bad weather for it. At least in the Lake of Outrage. Yeah. Like, I want to get both the Umbreon and Espeon from the SOS calls, because I just think that it would be cool. Oh, is Jolteon as well? Isn't Jolteon available also at Thunderstorms? So I don't think that that would be too bad for it. I'm more of a talking about like they can be getting damage from. Oh, nice. Are you doing DAs for your legendaries? Or what are you doing with them? Are you doing wormholes from the Ultra games? Yeah. DAs, they're a nice place. I've talked about it before today even that I like DAs. But the problem really with them is that they can be a pain sometimes. They can indeed. But hey, if nothing else, I don't really mind doing it full odds if it would be honestly weirdly enough. But I like that it's a guaranteed capture with like if you would like to use like a bad Pokeball for a legendary. Like if you want to be matching. And I mean, some of the legendaries are currently only available there. And honestly, I will say that I don't think that we would be getting anytime soon another place like that. Yeah, I'm more talking about the time that you're usually spending on the DAs. I've talked about before that I like more hunts that I can feel that I'm making progress in. But yeah, that is also a thing in them. But yeah, it's a cool place still. I will still say that sometimes when we get a good team straight away, I would wish that we could just straight away teleport to the end. But yeah, it do be what it do be. It is meant to be a challenge. I don't know, I kind of would wish, though, that we would be getting another way to be getting all the legendary shiny wise. But then again, we did get it for almost everyone in Gen 7, like that were in Gen 7 once. And then on Gen 8, the same thing, but not with Gen 8 ones. Did you enjoy each? The good one? I don't know. The next DLC or next part of the DLC for Scarlet and Violet, it seems like it's more focused on like battling and balancing battling. So maybe not. I don't know though. And also like they're bringing all the starters back. I don't know. They might. You never know, really. Good to hear that you would like the game. I've heard good things about it. I'm not interested in it myself. But seems interesting though. And of course, like, not every game is for everyone. Yeah. There has been a bunch of games lately though that I have heard that are like good candidates for the Game of the Year. Like some years there is like maybe only one good game, but this year there seems to be at least somewhat of a good amount. But then again, some years are of course better than others. It is a shame sometimes when everything good just packs in all at once. Doobie what it doobie. Is there a bird again outside? Where's the cat? Oh, cat noticed that her reflection. You know, from the parts that you would be opening a window to clean the window. You noticed her reflection. Silly cat. But yeah. I will say though that I think some of the things that are rewarded for the best of the year, they are weird, because isn't there like some things that are decided at the beginning of the year for that year? Like, what's up with that? I would wish one thing though, that more times like some of the indie games would be having more of a chance. But I understand that, you know, they are indie games, they are not usually too much, they're not that much better than other things compared to it, but it's sometimes a shame. Like, sometimes I will say that I will be liking more of the indie games. Is it because there is like funny Easter eggs, or they are having more fun with it? Or just because of the reason that not that many people can be building a very good game? Because like, I think it's always nice when I do be seeing like small games in quotes to be very good. Surely I know that why some people might not be liking indie games as much is because of the reason that you know, they don't look too good, but then again, I think people should be more thinking of how does the game feel as a whole. Yeah, they can be. Like, it could be because I can more of a think of it because, you know, I know how hard it is sometimes to be programming things. So, like, I do be appreciating it every single time that, like, small group of people can be, or even in some cases, one person can be creating a very good game. I mean, of course, there is some examples that indie games aren't good, but I will say, though, that most of the time, for me, they are good. I like them. As I was saying, that I just think that people should be more thinking of does the art style fit the game more than do they like the art style sometimes. And I mean, if you like realistic games and you intentionally play a game that doesn't look realistic in the, you know, trailers and whatnot, is it really the game's fault that it looks for you bad? I mean, as I said, I'm weirdly the kind of person that doesn't like too realistic things in games. I'm that kind of person indeed. Like, of course I don't mind them. If I like the game, I like the game at the end of the day, but just feel sometimes that the art style is too big of a thing. Because funnily enough, I did like write about this in my for my schoolwork indeed, so I did take quite a deep dive into this subject pretty recently. So like, as I said, it really, as I said, I think it should be thinking more of like what the game is about. Like, very basic example is like, if you have a game built around mostly nighttime, do you want it to be too bright and colorful? For example. It's like, if it happens at night, why does it look like it's the daytime, you know? Same goes with the art style, so like... Oh. But hey, as I said, not everything is for everyone, but there is always something for everyone. Yes, indeed. Also, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that I will be having soon a third hunt in 1 in 4K that I will be reaching 5,000 in. I know it's still like 2K away, but my Murkrow hunt in PDSP, or Brilliant Diamond specifically, is looking too good. And I'm doing like the funny thing in there that I sometimes like to do in Switch games is to use inverted colors. As you know, it spices things up. I will say that it's nice. It would be nice indeed. I don't think that I would be doing it for this hunt, because I like that I will be hunting on nighttime. Because I have set it on my Switch, so it's gonna be nighttime. Yeah, for a good amount of the stream indeed. No spooky. It's unfortunately the first like few hours are not gonna be at nighttime because of the reason that I like to be getting the shiny that I hunt that day to be like show that I have captured in the same day. I mean, surely could I do it that I would be doing from midnight, like start from midnight, yeah. But no. I'd rather see the sunset chime, it's so pretty. And thankfully in this game it doesn't even mess up with the colorings of the Pokemons. Does it sometimes make the encounters look like they're shiny? Yeah. But at the end of the day they don't change how the Pokemon looks. Also, on yesterday's episode, I don't know how to take 3 days, like chill days, I guess. You know, since I wasn't streaming yesterday, I did have a day off indeed. What we ended up doing, we did clean. Cat was very much helpful, as usual. Yeah. It wasn't too bad, it did take a while. Like, I think overall, like, maybe 4 to 5 hours. I did only clean the kitchen, but, like, I did do, like, more of a deeper clean than usual. Did even, like, getting rid of the microwave and everything like that. So there was some things that, you know, you don't always clean. But I just decided why not this time to just try and clean more than usual. Because anyways we would be doing like more or less like a deeper clean anyways. Around Christmas anyways. So why not to start early? And I will say that kitchen is always the worst to clean. It's always like so many spots that are like incredibly annoying to clean. And I was thinking today I might be even cleaning the cat's eating station. You know, throw everything that I can to the dishwasher. Like, mostly I just, you know, hand wash them, but I just thought that, you know, it has been a while since they have been, like, in actual good cleaning. So throwing them in the dishwasher indeed. But yeah, it was quite fun, and I will say though that usually after I'm done with cleaning, like sure, like right afterwards, I will be feeling sleepy, you know, tired, whatever my thing. Because, you know, you have been doing so much in the last few hours. But I will say though, after I did eat and just, you know, be for a while, I didn't feel too tired. Which was like very much of a surprise thing. I mean, I know that we didn't do, for me, the most tiring thing from all of cleaning, which is that we didn't use the vacuum cleaner at all, because we just like to vacuum the whole house at once, or the whole place at once. And since, you know, we haven't cleaned up everywhere completely, it's just like a little bit of a waste of time. I guess the same thing is because, like, once we are done with the vacuum, we're gonna be mopping the whole place as well. So might as well do them at the same time. And yeah. Because the thing is, as I said, we're gonna be sooner than later. We're gonna indeed be doing a bigger cleaning for Christmas time anyways. The only thing that we unfortunately can't really do at this point of the year is to clean the windows. That is the only thing. Like, technically we could, like, it's not that cold yet. But then again, I also don't want to be taking any risks with it, because you never know how cold it can be at night. As I have said before, I don't think that there's there's never a good time to be cleaning windows. They're always gonna be getting dirty. I mean, probably right now would be one of the best times to do it. Apart from that it's quite cold out there. Because it's not gonna be, in a while there is not going to be dust or anything that would be coming down from trees or flowers. Because, you know, the trees are kind of letting go of the leaves. So now technically would be the best time, but at the same time it's quite cold outside. And also every single time that I clean the windows in here, I absolutely hate them, because this is an old house. Stuff were falling apart. At least, like, every single time that I have cleaned the windows in here, at least on one of the windows there has been, like, few parts that have been falling down, mainly like wood that is like just, you know, over time with all the rain and everything has gone bad. So like also one thing that I absolutely hate, because, you know, I'm not too tall, is to be clean the windows as well, because, you know, I can't reach, you know, the highest parts without a chair, but I also don't like standing on the chair. Like, I don't know if there's a word in English, but we have like special chairs in these situations that are like, they have like 2 steps and then like the actual chair part, and we use those, and pretty much every single household has them. They are surprisingly expensive though. I guess because like it is more or less of an older thing. Like nowadays, most people just use regular old chairs instead of those. I will say that it is kind of for me that those are part of a house, because in every single house that I have ever lived in, we have had one. Has always been an old one, but you know, always have been there. And as I said, they're pretty useful. You know, for a shorter person to be reaching places. Also, last night was the first night that we did have the joy of rubbing down the ice from the car's windows. Can't wait that to be a thing to do every single time that you want to go outside. I guess it's gonna be quite soon indeed. As sad as it is quite soon indeed. Also, I like the second part of the Halloween thing in Pokemon Go. It's quite nice indeed, and also I guess it's nice that we have now new Team Rocket stuff as well. Am I too excited about them? Not really, but nice. Yeah, I'm not too excited personally about it, but I mean, honestly, it's about time that we would be having one. It has been quite a while since there has been a new one. It's about to say that I'm missing only the, like, most of the one that I've seen the most on nearby Pokestops is the Pikachu, and I literally just have it now. Honestly, I don't know why, but I think if I would be getting the shiny costume Pikachu that is so going on right now, I don't think that I would honestly like it too much because it's quite a bit an orange already. And then getting an even orange one. It's just orange. Nothing but orange. Hey, they are always quite cool to get though. Don't mind it at all, indeed. Speaking of Pikachu. Hello there. Yeah, I don't think that I'm particularly excited about the shadow Pokemons that are now. They're pretty cool. Like, with the leaders. You know, Dratini is pretty cool, Sableye. Quite cool indeed. I'm not remembering the third one for whatever reason. I always forget what he has. Did you be? What did you be though? The thing is, because usually like 2 out of the 3 are, in my opinion, cool ones to be getting, and then the third one is kind of eh, you know? Also cool screen. Nah, it's just turned into sunset time fully. It's not a cool screen. Shame, shame. What a shame indeed. It's the sunset time ones. I don't know why, but it's so surprising to me that there is so many dudes that have already been getting the Pumpkaboo. You know, with the costume. It's insane. Guess we can check out Watch with you then. Since I have an Arlo right now, I don't remember at all. Who do you have? Oh yeah, you have a Bellsprout. This should not be too difficult to defeat. I mean, I have a fighting one right now, but still. Shouldn't be too bad. Oh, Bellsprout. I remember that you did have something that I'm not relatively too excited for. As I said. It is indeed my case usually. So I could be trying that team. Yeah, because I think with Arlo, it's the situation that usually, like, for me, he has the most, like, boring of the bunch. And it's the case as well, and usually Arlo as well for me is that only the final one is having me any issues. Because, I mean, I don't know about you, but oh god, the Aerodactyl was insane. That was indeed an annoyance. Oh god, you have a Magnezone. The third one. Oh, I love it so much. I did do decent damage. I'm afraid that whenever you will be able to hit a little and actually land a hit, I will be absolutely going down. I have a Vaporeon. I mean, it's doing not that much damage, jeez. I did get it recently, a shiny Bellsprout in Pokemon Go. Now it's just get the first check on the Shadow one right. Wouldn't that be something? There's the usual thing that there's now so many of the... It's available? No. Just a regular old Bellsprout that is very angry. Has a purple smoke. Usual. I still don't think that I have ever gotten a single Shadow Shiny. Oh god. Hello there. Or if I have, then I don't remember at all. I'm kind of doubting that I would be having, because I would like to say that I would remember. It would be kind of cool. But someday. Also, sometimes I would wish that you would be able to select from the balloons which of the leaders you have. Because, you know, usually if you're like nearby a Pokestop, it is usually the Crunch. Or even if it is indeed the leader, it's most of the time pretty useless. Because, you know, you kind of need to be defeating the first 6 first in order to even get a chance at it. But jeez, there is so many times, especially now today, that the nearby Pokestop for me is around with the... they do be having a lot of the runs there today, indeed. Especially now, as I said, they're boosted. The rate that they appear in there, it's gonna be quite a good amount. Like, it is insane indeed sometimes, especially when there is indeed this thing going on the takeover one. It's insane that I can, if I like actually try, I can get like at least once a day a leader check. Which is like, jeez. Because, you know, usually I don't like too much to have the time to be battling with the Team Rocket dudes, indeed. And I might be getting like once a week. As you know, sometimes I'm just not in the mood, and also Pokemons are down, so can't really be doing anything. And the other times I forget. Yeah. I still absolutely love the feature, though, that they have added the possibility for the Crunch to be having the shiny as well. Like, even if the grunts or the like raids would be having shinies from them, they're still pretty rare because there is only set amount. I mean, it makes because Shadow Pokemon they have always been like there is only set amount of them. So it makes sense. But you never know, maybe one day we'll be, for whatever reason, be getting every Pokemon to be Shadow in Pokemon Go. I doubt it, but maybe? Maybe. But yeah, I do be hoping good luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you'll be able to have good luck as well. My only problem with today's hunting indeed is that I don't think that I will be getting it today because the last time that I was streaming I did get quite lucky. It was Legends Arceus, but you know, still did get lucky. And also since I did get lucky last night with 2 shinies, that I technically did get quite a bit of under odds. So yeah, there to be that be as well. You never know, sometimes luck just comes in all at once and then you're not be having anything for the next few days. I mean, I don't mind it, of course. It do be what it do be. It is for me most of the time. Case that if a shiny decides that it's not gonna be showing up too soon, it's more rewarding at the end. It do. I haven't really like set any goals for today, but I think the usual 800, of course, would be good with this hunt. I'm kind of thinking maybe I could be able to get 1,000. It would be quite nice, but of course it really depends on how long I will be going and are these today like nice and easy to catch or get. Yeah, well, maybe 1,000 won't be too bad of an idea. It is quite likely that I will be able to do it anyways. Considering everything about him. You never know. Maybe, maybe. Or it's like a joke that you never know when the shiny one decides to say otherwise. You never know. When one of them decides to surprise you indeed. Another thing still that I need to be set upping for at some point is the fossil hunts. As I said, thankfully in this game, as it is with most of the fossil hunts anyways, usually it doesn't matter do I have the charm or not. So like I don't really care. As I said, the only really interesting thing that you need to remember to do is to set your settings, the like weird ones. Which I will say that it makes sense that once you put your like settings to like no sounds at all, that they are faster. At the same time, it's a weird one, in my opinion. Like, of course it makes sense that it doesn't want to play it, but why? I mean, honestly, I don't really understand that why in most situations you need to be first hearing the sound effect and then you can press buttons in Pokemon games. Because I think overall that's like an annoying feature. I don't really like it at all. Yeah, I'm quite interested in doing indeed a fossil hunt. I know that there is few ways that people do it. Some do that they just, you know, revive a bunch of them at once and then at the end check them out. But I think because getting the fossil parts is annoying in the first place, what I'll end up doing is that I'll be checking them one by one. But that do be one of those hunts that I don't want to do only of. Like, I think it's a better off to be like, I will do another hunt at the same time, because it is kind of like a soft reset hunt. Then, as I've said before, I kind of find them boring and I want to be doing something else as well. Something more exciting. But yeah, I'm fairly excited to be doing it though. The problem really is because I don't honestly care for any of the fossils too much. I have never used any of them. So I don't really know which one to go for because their shinies, they differ so much, it's insane. So many differences between the shinies. I will say though that it is still pretty cool change that they did for the shinies for this generation's fossils. Gen 8 I'm speaking of. Because I just think that it's pretty like nice thing and makes sense. I've always said that I would wish that we would be having more of either grayscale shinies slash white and gray ones. We could be having a few more black ones, but I think we have a decent amount of black ones already. Another one that would be kind of cool to see for shinies as well, in my opinion, would be a like a CBS tuned one as well, kind of like what we have with Grayscale situation. The sepia one as well. And again, like going for like old feeling things. For whatever reason, I'm thinking that maybe the closest one that we kind of have is Emolga. It's not that close, but it's like probably the closest one that I can think of. Yeah, I think that would be cool. It's always been a thing that I weirdly like. I don't know where it comes from. It's just been a thing that I like. I don't know. Indeed, as I said, since this week is gonna be a little bit of an interesting one because of the beginning of the next week. I don't really know what I will be doing, which indeed with this week's auto break, as I said, I might be switching it to Monday instead. Because I know already that I'm not gonna be streaming on Monday because I'm gonna be helping to change the tires to the elderly people's car, indeed. So we'll do that then. I don't really know. I would like to say that I would like to hunt this little guy still a little more if it is still a thing that I will be hunting for. Apart from that, I most likely will be. If not, then I will be switching into other hunts indeed. As I said, I'm not completely sure. As I said, I would like to do a hunt in the old cemetery, but I just don't think that I will be having time for each. Even though in there I think I will be encountering everything. Anyway, so it's gonna be quite a quick checks. Because honestly, I don't really care which I will be running into there. I don't necessarily have a target in mind. As I said, still the only thing, if I did look correctly, that I need for that is a thing for a memento. If I have like watched every single one of them that can be there, the only one that I should be afraid of would be memento indeed, and that is as easy as either using impression or font. Paris song is another one. But the thing is that is, if I looked correctly, it's only with one Pokemon and with a specific weather. Unlike with Memento, it's a possibility in every weather. So like, and it's not like getting a soundproof Pokemon is hard anyways. Also imagine if soundproof would only work with Perry's song to your Pokemon, not the opposing Pokemon. Imagine how mean that would be. Kind of like how annoying it would be if damp it would only work for your side, the Pokemon would still, you know, be going down. How interesting that would be. And how annoying. But then again, I kind of like the idea that there is the possibility from quite early on indeed that you can like make Pokemon's moves to be useless. Some of course are more important than others. But it's still very nice. Oh, boosted one. Even though the boots in the yes, I have played in the number battled. And hey, still a boost chance. As I said, it's not much, but it is there. It's kind of like most of the methods anyway, like even though you haven't done too much of it, there is still like a boosted chance for it. Like Pokeradar, for example, is another one. Even though the KOing method, it is a little bit of a more of an interesting one. Yes, it is indeed, even though it has been said how it works, and it's like kind of confirmed that it works. It's still a interesting one though. Because then there's like there has been also like other things recently that if you only like do it for like few first ones, it doesn't do anything for the odds. Speaking of like SOS calls, it's always gonna be like the first 10 are gonna be full odds no matter what. So technically you can do full odds SOS calls if you would like to. Same thing with PDSP, you can do full odds Pokeradar. It's a little bit of different, of course, because like with Pokeradar it's always gonna be a random one, so you can't really target anything specifically. And you can of course boost your odds for something, but that's about it. You can't like SOS calls, you can usually guarantee yourself a one that you would like. There is a possibility that it might be calling for something else, but it is most likely the one that you are trying to look for anyways. There's honestly quite a good amount of locations that, like, interestingly enough, depending on the weather, they have like different walls, which I have always found quite interesting. But yeah, doobie what a doobie though. It's still so silly to think about that. You know, everyone knows about the 1% salamence that you can SOS call from the 1% Bagon. And it's interesting that the middle evolution is also available. It's just you need to be getting surf for it. It's just strange. But then again, I like it. Another pumpkin view nearby that I can go for. Look for a Pokemon that I think is one of the more annoying ones to be hunting for. I want to confirm that I'm correct about it. Yeah, I was thinking about cast form indeed. Because I do remember that it should be like quite an annoying one to be going for. As of course in Gen 3 there is, in the Hoenn games there's only one. So if you would like to shiny hunt it, it's absolutely annoyance. Which is unfortunate with quite a good amount of Gen 3 Pokemon going forwards anyways, for quite a while. In Gen 4 it's only available really in Trophy Garden. There's the Pokewalker as well, but it's Pokewalker. It's such a bane. Oh, it is available in Black Chew and White Chew. It's interesting. I mean, it is of course fine and everything, but it's interesting. Considering that even though it's only for really Black and White, I always have been seeing Unova games to kind of be in and not too kind for other Pokemons from other generations. I will say Castform is, like, as I said, quite a weird one to be getting there, but I mean it's rustling grass, so it's pretty rare anyways. And of course the same thing for the... what is it? The remakes of Gen... indeed, aka Hoenn. Can only find the by one. Yeah, the one that I knew that was there is indeed the SOS battles for in weathers in Alola. But isn't there the problem of, because it's weather dependent, that it's gonna be the, the weather form that don't have Chinese like persons at that point. Which is still like, I still don't really understand like why they didn't have like shiny versions of the different weather forms for so long. Like it is honestly like, why? Why though? Why not? So how did I escape that? And in PDSP of course Trophy Garden, and then after that it's not really available. Yeah. Transform is indeed one of the ones that is like annoyance to be hunting for. Because in most situations, your best bet pretty much is to use eggs. The thing that I found to be very nice and I very much enjoy doing eggs. Yeah. I think another one from Gen 3 is Kecleon that is kind of in the similar boat. Yeah, indeed. It would be a pain to be hunting for a cast form, wouldn't it be in the Alola games? Because I'm pretty sure that it's always in the weather form when weather is, you know, active. And since the weather forms didn't have shinies. So you would kind of need to rely on the sound. Watching carefully. Because home of all places was the place to be introducing the different shinies. I mean, I guess better late than never. Because literally the only game right now that you can see the different forms of cast form to be having different what is it? I have the different shinies for the different forms. Is PTSP. Right. They wouldn't like randomly just remove them from there, right? Yeah, because they're not available in any other Switch game. Gee. Yeah, isn't Kecleon in kind of a similar boat though? It's not as bad, I don't think. Yeah. It's not that bad on Gen 3 Hoenn games, indeed. It's a decent amount of locations. Oh, I didn't know that. First of all, it's a version exclusive for whatever reason in Diamond and Pearl. And then it's available in Great Marsh in Platinum. And of course, as usual, it's transferred from Pokewalker in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Lovely. Again, Black and White, again. In Black and White Shoe, they do be an interesting one that it is available in there. Oh, it's a decently, like, it's available in all around in X and Y. plus different safari. And again, Omega enough safari there. And I didn't even know that it's available in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Yes, I have never been in the place that it's available in. But then PDSB is a weird one again, it's only available in Korean Diamond. And I would want to be in a Version exclusive, but have always been that case now, have they? Not like in every single game. I think most of the ones in Sword and Shield make like somewhat sense at least. But then there is Scarlet and Violet and especially the DLC. That doesn't make any sense. And PDSBs are pretty in Diamond, I guess. It's at least available in the Grand Underground, so you could be doing pullouts for it. It is only after you have the national decks, but it makes sense because, you know, it has kind of been always that way. In the Shino games, indeed. Oh. Had under my table. And I don't even know why. She was there last night because yeah, you know, I was cleaning and I kind of wanted to give my legs a break, so I did put my legs into nice warm water. So I did have my towel there just in case. But I don't know why she's now there. There's nothing. Is my computer nice and warm or something like that? I mean, the cat is very warm. It is almost always warm though. And weirdly enough, today has been a sunny day and she really hasn't been on the sun. As I said though, she nowadays just likes to be in from the window. The thing is as well that soon there is not gonna be too many birds or anything else really to be looking for from the window. Since, you know, winter. Surely there is gonna be few, but a lot less. I mean, it has already been showing. But not all of them have moved yet. One thing I gotta think about though is that how have the birds been with, you know, warmer weather and stuff like that? Because, you know, there is some birds that go away because, you know, cold, or come in because it is cold. It's been always an interesting thing. Because it really shows in here, for example, because, you know, winters do be cold and stuff like that. Interesting. I guess after this Pumpkaboo decides one day to be purple, I guess it's most likely that the next, apart from DA hunting that I will be doing, probably will be that I will be returning back to the Farfetch then. I think that will be the case indeed. If I don't have another hunt that I would like to do instead, of course. We'll see about that though. I don't think so though. Still always thinking that when I will be starting some of the other hunts like soft reset ones in PDSP. I'll surely figure it out, you know. When the time is right, then I'll start them, I guess. As I said, my most likely thing for them will be that I will be doing either Darkrai or Arceus, and then I'll do Shaman in between. Then do the other one that I didn't do soft resets for. I think that will be my play with it. Remains to be seen though, remains to be seen indeed. My only problem with, like, especially Arceus is that I probably need to be doing quite a good amount of, like, testing with it. Because, you know, it's not the easiest Pokemon to be capturing. Definitely will be one of the ones that I will be indeed be doing, like actually putting it to sleep and such, because you know there's a problem of not having too many moves. Another thing that I could do would be to put a harvest on it. And I don't think that it should be impossible. I don't think... I'm not too sure. But I don't think that it should be impossible. Like, there's very few that you can be building, honestly, Harvest on or any other ability on. Surprisingly enough, you can, like... like, do things for Truant, for example, a ability that is interesting that you can indeed be throwing away. Okay. Mm. I guess another wish of mine would be that I would be able to be done with them. With this hunt before the end of November. That is a nice one, I guess. I think that would be a decent amount of time. Because at that point I have almost hunted for it for 2 months. Not like every day, but still like, you know, decent amount every day or every week. You divide it for every day, it's gonna be still like a decent amount indeed. But surely it will be done before end of this month. Surely indeed. Surely indeed. Um, um, I don't think that I have ever had egg salad myself. I have had salads that have eggs in them, but they are not necessarily egg salads. It just reminds me like that in certain situations we in here like to be making a butter that we add eggs into, hard-boiled eggs. Like, of course, they would need to be chopped. Pretty easy to make, you know, just hard-boiled eggs. That would need to be cooling down, though. And, you know, butter. It doesn't go too well with too many things, though. So that's why we don't have it too often. Interestingly enough, you can actually buy that from some of the stores. Which I found be quite exciting. Because of course like that removes that you don't need to make them because you know it's not too many ingredients, but at the same time usually if you make it yourself there's gonna be too much of it. I do prefer the like the taste and like the feeling of the homemade one, of course. Well, the store-bought one though. You know, easy buy from the store. Also, it has the benefits of it going bad straight away. And you open it up indeed. What do you? Don't know, don't know. Haven't had that in a long time though, as I said, I don't usually eat those things that it goes well with. Again, another thing that I know how to do it myself, but this time the problem is that you're gonna be making a big batch. Because it is like one of the things that only works if you do like a large amount of them, because you know the ratio of things works better in bigger scale, so usually it is indeed store-bought ones. It is honestly one of the things that it is hard to do. But like once you have done, let's say like 10 to 20, then you get a hang of it and then you're almost done with them in good days if you do a little smaller patch indeed. So like, yeah, it's one of those things that you get the hang of it like in the middle of it or towards to the end, and then you're very upset that you're done with it and you kind of forget it for the next time because you don't do them every day. It is the same thing with like eating certain things that are like annoying to eat. That you struggle in the beginning, you get the hang of it like somewhere in the middle, and then you're like almost full, so you don't want to eat anymore. But you just want to eat because you now remember how to do it. And it's more frustrating for the things that differ from time to time. That even though you would be good at it one time, you might not be that good the next time. The struggles are real. The real struggles indeed of life. Also, I've talked about this like lately, but there has been so many things lately from like my childhood that I remember that I didn't like that I would like to try again. Because of the reason that I might not have liked them because maybe my parents didn't know really how to make them, you know. And also because, you know, tastings can change over time as well. There's certain things that have been said to me that you can only enjoy when you're adult. And it's like normal food, things that, you know, everyone can eat, but it's just more likely that you like them when you're an adult than you're a kid. And I guess some things go the other way around as well. It's mostly for the sweets from what I have like understood. Because you know, when you're a kid you like sweet things. Indeed, and then maybe when you get older you don't really care for them that much anymore. But it do be what it do be. Things change indeed. Oh, it's this one. Just before it's nighttime. Place. Nice. Did get the one in there. It's gonna be nighttime encounters. Indeed, until the end. Will the end be that I find a shiny, or will the end be that I'm done with the 2 days encounters? Is another question though. That do be always. You never know. Shinies, they tend to be quite unpredictable, and it is, I guess, nice that way. I mean, it is kind of with like everything in Pokemon anyways, you know. It might be like you don't care too much about those things though, like let's say that you don't care about the natures, the EV or IV spreads, but you know, to be random at the end of the day indeed. Because I know that it's not too usual, but I see them every once in a while that some people might be wanting to look for very specific Pokemons anyways. Well, not just like shiny ones. And not always as well for like you know, battling wise. It's just for whatever reason want to be getting this very specific Pokemon. I guess you could say that about my Icho. I did make it like the best battler that it can be on Soul Silver, like stat-wise, but like I'm not planning on using it on any. I don't know why. I just wanted to do it, you know, more or less for funsies. I did really like it. It didn't take too long indeed to be doing the things that I wanted to do. It's very nice indeed. It kind of reminds me of like, you know, in PDSB you can be getting bunch of different fossils on one game, like different kinds. I would kind of wish that you would be able to like make it more likely to be getting the other ones apart from like that generation that was like introduced there, aka Generation 4 mons. I would wish indeed. Because like you can kind of get like you can get more of the Gen 4 ones if you do it before you defeat the league, or I guess to get a national dex to be more precise, but I just think it's more likely that you will need to be beating the league first. Because I will say that after defeating the league, and if you have, especially if you have defeated every single trainer, there is a very good chance that you are indeed in the way that you can get the national dex, which makes a lot more things available in Grand Underground, which is, you know, nice. Very nice indeed. Still, probably one of the nicest thing about like Shino games that has been the thing is that you can get the national dex quite early on, and it's not that hard to be making it to be a thing. More of talking that you don't need to be capturing everything, you just need to see them. It's indeed a very nice feature. And I was surprised to find out that it's also the case in the original ones, but hey, I don't mind it. Don't mind it at all. Anyways, funny things indeed. I don't know why, but I would kind of wish that it would be always the case in Pokemon games. And you know, in certain times of year, like certain Pokemons would be more likely to be there. Surely there's like, especially in Pokemon Go, there's of course like, you know, the events and stuff. And there is right now in Scarlet and Violet, there is also like special thing going on or something like that. Which is like pretty cool. I would have honestly kind of wished that they would have done it for Scarlet and Violet a little bit sooner. Even though I'm personally not too interested in them. But I still think that I think they should have been on sooner, indeed. I will say that that might have been keeping more people to be interested in playing it again. Because I will say that probably the reason why they are now on there is because that keeps like the interest for the DLCs up. But I think myself that the DLCs are enough. Because for the first like year there could have been like something going on. There was of course the terror raids. I don't know. You know, the outbreak things, they are a little bit more interesting to me. As I said before, there's only one. It has been only one or two like terror raid events so far that I have been interested in. The ones were Gimme Goal, because you can get shiny, obviously. And then there was the Paradox Legendary thingamathings. Like, sure, like, it's cool to be getting, let's say, the starters. The Eevee one was pretty cool as well in the beginning. And it made, you know, sense. It made sense that it was there. But I don't know, I would have personally liked a little bit more if there would have been. Would have been a little bit more. I know the Mewtwo thing was pretty big. Pretty neat one as well. I don't mind that one either, but it's just, indeed, in my opinion, it's a little bit of a shame that they are only on now. As I said, I think that they should have been a little bit sooner. Because that is indeed sometimes the problems in some games, that there is not enough going on in the first year. I mean, it's of course fine to be giving like every like, let's say, year or so there will be something special going on in the game, because, you know, birthday kind of a thing. Celebrating the game overall. But yeah, I mean, there can of course be the problem that some games might have too much going on the first year as well. And I'm more talking about games that are, you know, more connected to the internet and like playing with other people. Like, of course, if it's a single player game, it's fine. But you know, I think that would have been nice indeed if there would have been special things for the Scarlet and Violet indeed. One thing that I will say though is that I would be interested in seeing someone to be doing like full odds mark challenge in Scarlet and Violet. Because of course like using sandwiches is pretty easy. Like of course I would be fine if they would be using encounter power. But yeah. Because like of course like it is understandable that they want to be using, you know, sparkling and tidal power. It makes sense, but at the same time like I think it would be kind of cool be seeing it someone to be doing it like full odds or with just shiny charm mods as well. But not like with sandwich boosts. Because some of them are pretty rare. They do be. Because it's kind of like reminding me of like a thing that a bunch of people like to do. That is like the ribbon thing. Of course you can be getting them for one Pokemon everything. That's a problem, but I think it would be like a neat challenge. Kind of like what a neat challenge it would be to be catching every single alpha Pokemon in Legends Arceus. And even like specifically to be catching each form. Not necessarily gender differences, but for example for Burmy and Wormadam. Or Unknown, for example. I think that would be like, you know, neat little side thing to do. Of course, the problem with the alphas is that some are easier than others. One is that I think that there would be the most challenge for definitely would be the ones that are only available in space-time distortions. There's only a certain amount of them can be there. The other thing is time. But hey, still a interesting thing if you would be even like saying that you're not gonna be doing them. I think that would be pretty niche. That did count as 2 there, I see. I guess I'm not gonna be adding for the next one then. Easy fix indeed. I wonder when I will be continuing next the Articuno Hunch. Has been a sweet minute. Has indeed. But as I said before, I like to do the hunts when I do be feeling them. So you know, it can take a while sometimes to be an inspiration to be running some games. I think I'm at 5k there as well. No, I'm not. I'm at 5,100. And 1 because apparently I have at some point accidentally pressed it, or the cat has been pressing it. It has certainly been a while indeed. I don't even remember when. Maybe I did it that summer? So it's not that long time ago, but it certainly has been a while. Also, the Rock wants to be getting a... wanting to be the encounter there. Unfortunately, Geodude really isn't in this game. Last time that I checked. Oh, hello, Eevee. That is female. I did see correctly with the shape of the tail. Dots, indeed. Everywhere. It would be interesting to think about, though, that even though, like, for me, Eevee is indeed one of the more known Pokemons to be having a gender difference. It could be because, you know, it is indeed quite rare to be getting a female Eevee in the first place. It's interesting that it was quite some time that it didn't have like gender difference. Even though as I said, I think for myself that it's a pretty well-known one. Like, it's interesting that, like, I always think that it has been around forever, but then it really hasn't been that long that it has been a thing. I'm pretty sure that it started like the tail thing. I'm pretty sure that it started in Let's Go. With the partner Pikachu. But I'm pretty sure that you couldn't be getting the shiny one. From like the, or shiny one, the female one, like that. Other than that, the partner one. Which just like makes the whole thing even more interesting. Because, you know, the partner Eevee is its own thing, but it technically did start it, so like if you would be seeing like the tail to be different in the first cutscene, it would mean that it is indeed female. And like only from Sword and Shield onwards. It has been a thing. Like, it's not like I was thinking that it would be a thing from like Gen 6 or like before. I was just thinking that I thought it was already a case in like the Alola games, but no. I mean, it is still, of course, special to be finding a female one. It just doesn't have the very cute tail that it has nowadays. It is honestly interesting that they did decide to keep it, you know, on, though. That they didn't change it, just, or they didn't just be like partner EV special thing if it's female, you know. That's also like kind of begs the question, like, why didn't the male one get also something special? Is it not a female one, or it is? What do you mean by that? It's already like 1% and also it's a female. It's an E of all things. Again, the one that makes sense that it's rare to be female, because it is indeed one of the ones that are rare anyways. So, you know, that would make sense why there really isn't too many in the wild. If there even is in the first place. I guess that like makes sense, like why, for example, indeed EV isn't like everywhere, or starters, they are like nowhere to be seen. Guess the gender ratio is what it is. But then again, it doesn't always work like that. It does work most of the cases with that gender ratio, though. Because let's say that there may or may not be some female-only evolutions that is a bunch of male ones. But I will say, especially for like combi, it makes completely sense to me, like, why it is the way that it is. I really, like... I haven't ever looked up into it, but I don't really understand how it's the case with, like, Salandit and Salazzle, though. Because for bees, it makes sense to me. More like why there is like abundance of them still, even though the female is very rare. Like, I'm like thinking from like real life, of course. It's a bunch of bees. I mean, of course, I would kind of wish that it would be like, if you think about real life, it doesn't honestly make sense why there is so few of the female ones specifically. There's still a decent amount of them. But I get it because, you know, rare thing to evolve. So yeah, Pokemon wise it makes sense, but real life ways it doesn't make too much sense. But does half of the things anyways. It is indeed quite normal that things don't make too much sense indeed in games. Some things of course are nice when they make more sense than others. Because imagine playing like some of the like farming games and times being realistic. I don't think that that would be too much fun. And even like specifically a one that like is with like the real life clock as well, you know? Like to make it even worse, that it's not like the in-game days, hours, whatever my things. Oh god. Yeah, as I said, it completely makes sense that that is not too realistic at all, because I don't know about you, but that would make some games for me games that I wouldn't like to play. It do be like that indeed. It's like, yeah, let's wait a small amount of few months in real life for this crop to be growing in the game. I know that some people like it like that, you know. And I wouldn't mind if it would be an option per se. Is you're not female. But yeah, still, it's interesting indeed. As I said, I don't necessarily mind some things in games to be realistic, but more things are like fun when they are not too realistic, and you can kind of just play the game in in a decent amount of time and also enjoy it. That you don't need to like be playing for hours upon hours. But then again, as I said, some games are nicer when they are more tedious, but most of the time, thank you. Most of the time, thank you indeed. As I said before, kind of like in most games, how it's done, if the day and night cycle works with, you know, the real time. Real time indeed. Or in some cases, the system's time. I like them a lot indeed. Because, like, in some games it is kind of necessary that that's the case. Makes the whole game feel like more alive. But then not all the games really need that, but still are a thing. Yep. It of course is always fun. As I said, for me, I don't like the games that kind of force you to be playing at certain times, like enough times in a day, for example. Or like specific times of the day. Because sometimes if it is indeed like that, it's like whatever thing it is that is very reliant on the to playing the game. It is done like it's gonna be going bad if you don't do anything. Like, surely I understand that there is some sort of a, like, thing for you not to be playing it often enough, in quotes. Like, for example, I like how Pokemon games work. Like, if you don't play enough, you don't water, like, berry trees enough, they're gonna be having fewer berries. Like, that is, like, fine, because the thing is that you can always, like, replant them. You can always replant them. Just, like, very nice. So, like, that's kind of, like, punishment, I guess, for not playing is fine, but, like, some games where, like, if you mess up, you're not getting anything, and they're like, no thank you. But then again, it can work. It's just, in my mind, it just really depends on how forgiving the game is. And I will say, in my opinion, those kind of games work better, that you need to be doing certain things like a specific time of day. They work better in mobile games. Like, sure, it's still a pain to try and remember, yeah, but I mean, at least, like, if you are not in the mood to booting up your computer or a console, it's easier. I know that they were a big thing at one point, like games that you really needed to be playing, like like that indeed. What it is kind of a trend that has kind of gone. It has indeed kind of gone. As I said, myself very happy with it. I don't know, there may or may not have been a certain game that you would be buying from the store and you needed to pay close enough attention to. That was its own separate, like, little console. May or may not have been. Well, hey, as I said, like, something like that, they aren't too bad because, you know, you can not just, you know, just easily pick it up. Yeah, soon we need a bunch of fives though for the hunch. We do be indeed. Be quite funny to be getting it then, but shall see. If nothing else, it's gonna be quite soon indeed. But yeah. And next up to be indeed be bunch of fives. Let's see. Wasn't bunch of fives this time around either. One day I would absolutely love to be getting shiny. Oh, I like bunch of the same numbers. Be the encounter number indeed. Of course, like, it would need to be like over 800 at least, that it would be nice, because like under 100, like, it is nice, but it doesn't like look as nice, you know. Doesn't look as nice though, but especially like over 1,000 hunts, they do be quite nice. If I would be able to be getting the I would be indeed be able to get a shiny like that. Emperor. As I've said before, personally I like Emperor Shiny, even though it could be changing it more, you know. But I personally like it still. I'm also wondering like what could have worked as nicely. Of course, like most obvious thing would be to change like more things about it. Like that would be actually like things that you'll be able to see. Because I don't mind the pink that it does get to the to like in most parts. Like I don't mind that, but maybe they could have gone a little bit like more with each. Especially, you know, since Yamper do be having a cute little heart. Maybe they could have been going either with the pink to the red thing with it, or like something from like pink to more of a purpley violet thing, because you know the evolution does get when it's shiny a little bit of a purple hue. More than that, you know. You know, that wouldn't be too bad at all. Actually gonna be double checking each. Or the other thing that they could have done for Yamper as well would be that, since Bolton to be turning the yellow more to a greenish one, they could have done something like that to Yamper as well. I personally like quite a bit the with the Bolton shiny, the hint of purple. But even though, like, Ember Shiny, as I said, it isn't the best, even though I like it personally, at least I will say that the way that it does change, it is not just a small section. It is indeed most of it. Like all of that brown part on Chaldeon does change, or like brownish part, beige, whatever my thing. And maybe they could have gone, yeah, either like a hint of green more to parts. Thank you. Or, as I said, maybe they could have been done something related to the heart that it has. So I think both of them would be like nice ones. Oh my god, a back-to-back? Boosted ones? What do you mean by that, game? What do you actually mean by that? There's a third one waiting anyways. What do you actually mean? What should the game be doing? There should be that boosted one be that I did know already about. Hello there. How are you doing? Yeah, it do be like that sometimes, indeed. Good to hear that you're doing alright. It do be. I know that my 1 in 4K log, it isn't good at all. It do be what it do be though. Or actually I should say that it's either that it's very good or it's very bad. There's 2 options. It could be worse. I'm kind of just hoping that this Pumpkaboo doesn't take as long as the first phase for the Farfetch did. It was over 7K. Yeah, this file is not too lucky. I'm hoping not, because then it would mean that it would be going quite a bit over time for an Halloween hunch. Or a spooky hunt. I had so many other plans to do, but this pumpkaboo. This pumpkaboo indeed. Yeah, but I don't think that I will be doing every day though. First of all, because I can't be doing it every day because I'm not gonna be streaming on Monday. At least. And also because I will probably do on the weekend anyways a Dynamax Adventures. Yeah, I will be changing tires to elderly people's car. You know, winter and such. But yeah, that could indeed mean that... Yeah, it's not gonna be too bad. One of the tires is a little annoying, but other than that, it's not that bad. But yeah, maybe I will be able to get 1,000 done today. I would hope so, at least. Yeah. I think I will be... Jeez. I think I will be letting my Soul Silver to be for a little while. I was anyways thinking that I will be doing one hunt there and then I'll be done for a while. I want to concentrate on Murkrow more in Brilliant Diamond. Also, because I'm afraid of that file, two of the last Chinese both under 1k. What do you mean? I'm scared. Yeah. It do be like that. It is kind of the same thing for me as well, that the Indeedee was like over 2k and then the Hattrem was like 400, and currently on the next phase I'm at 500 already. Haven't been hunting it in a week. Last week was, or actually a week ago was the last time that I've hunted for it. Again, for main reasons that I want to be concentrated on this hunt, because I want this hunt to be done. Hello, battery, let's go. Yeah. And also, like, it is the case with Sinistea for me as well, that I usually like to be getting a phase or two and then maybe take a little break from each. But yeah, it do be like that. I don't know why, like this file and like my Soul Silver file are like completely opposite from each other. The Soul Silver file is like ridiculously lucky. And then this is like... What is even this? I know that there has been like a bunch of them that have been like under odds as well, but like... Recently there has been so many like that have been over odds. I don't remember what was my Wooloo ad, for example, but like... this file though. Yeah. But then again... yeah, it do be like that. But with like hunts that like do like to be expected to be taking forever, there is like times that you're getting like shinies all the time, and then there's like ones that you don't get them forever. I don't know, I don't remember who did I watch a video from like yesterday, but it was like, the title was like 40% timber, 20 faces. Like, jeez. Like the title is literally something like that. So 40% timber. And he got 20 faces. Or like the 20th one was the timber. But yeah, it do be. That's 600 today. Today has been quite quick with this. I'm technically a little bit like under the 100 in half an hour. Not by too much, but by a little bit. Yeah, as I said, I kind of want to concentrate on this now. I kind of want to see if I would be able to get 1,000 done today. But probably when I, or maybe if I, when and if I ever will be going back to Farfetch, then I probably will be bringing it back though. Also, since I did start today at 5k, one thing that I did realize is that I have another 1 in 4k hunt that is at 5k that I haven't finished. On a break from that as well. That's how my 1 in 4k lucky is. And I'm joking that Murkrow will be taking that. It will be going there as well. I mean, I did get a phase in there like under 100. Like, that was ridiculous. But still. I was kind of thinking that that probably if I will be able to get some hunts done, I will be going back to trying the hard gold shiny only thing. Which shouldn't be like too bad to go back to though. Because like I'm literally at the place with my Pokeros Cyndaquil. That's stupid. Pokeros. The thing. I mean, I'm kind of known for getting rare things, so there's that be, I guess. I have been running because Harvest I would be needing to switch all the time the Pokemon. It would be wasting too much time. Also, they are like, with Harvest, they are ridiculously common as you can see. So I don't really see a reason for that. I guess surprise, surprise, the dude doesn't have really anything that it could be KOing Pumpkaboo with. I can put it to sleep. Maybe. But that's about it. But yeah, literally the battle number for the Pumpkaboo is 3. It's literally 3. If I remember correctly, one was for when I was thinking of completing the decks. One was for the shiny, and probably one is just a random one that I have defeated at some point. Was it for a trainer or whatever? I don't remember. Literally 3 is my number KO'd. And also, it is kind of the thing with the KOs as well that, in my opinion, even though I did do it for Farfetch, I don't think that it's really worth it. It's the sad thing. It's a good thing, but then again, if you really want to be doing that for something like Farfetch that is relatively rare, it's quite unlikely that you will be getting one that would be, you know, the boosted kind. So yeah. It's not unfortunately as cool as it is. It's not really worth it. It's not really at all. It's a nice feature, but if it would be a little bit better, it would be nice. Like, in my opinion, either what they could have done, make the odds a little bit, like, bad, like not as good odds, and then make the chance of them to be appearing higher. Because it's just ridiculously low chance. And as I've said before, I'm worried for Farfetch because I want the next one to be more likely a Farfetch than the KOing method for the KOing method indeed. Which is a pretty neat feature indeed, in my opinion. I quite like it indeed. But I have been thinking about that. I most likely will be doing the KOing method for a Pokemon at some point that is like ridiculously common. And then like after I've done the KOs, then only encounter the boosted ones. Because I think that that would be a quite a neat one, because like then you would be actually getting the accurate amount that from the boosted ones. But as I also said, it needs to be done for a somewhat common Pokemon, like, I don't know, Roly-Coly. That it would be like a not so tedious one to do. Yeah. Or as I said, if you're not gonna be using it for the boosted shiny chance, to use it for like low percentage Pokemon to be more likely to be the next one to spawn in. Because for that I think it's a need. But yeah, Roly-Coly is one of the ones that it would be quite an easy one to do, because you know Roly-Coly is almost 100% of the time in the area that it is indeed found in the previous route, which is Route 3. But yeah. It could be also be done indeed for Pokemons that might be like still decently high ones. Yeah, and you can dodge them pretty easily as well, that's also a good thing. Because they don't move randomly. They move with quite a like they just move like as they do. They're not like suddenly doing 180 and zooming. I don't know, Zigzagoon. And like you can go between the two patches of grass that they appear in, and you can see like 6 from both of them, or like combined. It's like a decent amount that you can see. I'm only using the other part, by the way, and that's the second warning for the other one. It do be. But the Pokédex entries make it make more sense though. I mean, Poltond, I don't think that Boltond is that bad. It doesn't do the random movement as, in quotes, the random movement as Linoon does. It's not that bad. Because Linoon's problem is that even though it like makes sense how it works, it is a pattern. But it is sometimes very annoying. Bolton just is mean because it's so fast when it wants to like get you. But yeah, but it also makes it easy one if you want to hunt for it, because you can literally just stand still. You know, it's encounters. Maybe whistle every once in a while if it's necessary. That's the thing that I have seen some people do in this route for both the Electrike and Meowth. Yeah, but then just go for whether that they're not in there, because that's definitely the case that you can always choose. But I will say though that Poltron isn't really in too many areas though. Like as a spawn. Yeah, it do be. It do be indeed. It just reminds me how ridiculously fast some of the Olola hunts can be. Like if you position yourself correctly, Wimbot hunts, you know, are very easy. I'm not misremembering the name. You know the bug that likes to run away? Is it evolved or not? I think it's Wimbot, right? Those are ridiculously fast. Also, another like kind of cool hunt that you, if you would like to do, and is kind of like an AFK hunt as well, is in some places there is like the birds that are flying around. You can just literally like be standing on their path and then watch like all of them to being like encountering you and then like reset. It's a one that can be taking a while though. Because if you want to, especially if you want to like wait until every single one of them have been seeing you. You have encountered every single one of them, but still a decent hunt. Speaking of like standstill hunting, I think it's quite nice that you can do standstill hunting in Scarlet and Violet for some Pokemons, especially if it's like an outbreak. Because of, you know, Sudowoodo runs if it's raining, for example, same with like Sandygast. They just like melt away. It's pretty cool. And like, for most of them it makes sense. Light Pokemon, they fly off. And Pokemons, they all don't like rain. Like, pretty cool. You're liking that attention to detail. Indeed. Always loving when games make the environment make sense for whatever creatures there might be. Or for whatever will be that game's thing. Because it could depend. This makes the game feel a lot nicer indeed. And yeah, I'm quite interested in maybe doing at some point a like hunt that I will be just standing still, but They also sound kind of boring. I liked when I can do other things. Like, surely I don't mind, like, hunting sometimes like that I would be doing. Standing still, you know, but most of the time I like to do, like, more of an action shiny hunting. Yeah, you can. You can indeed. But, yeah. It is a little bit of a shame though that there is quite a few, like, only few options for, like, sand steel shiny hunting though. Like, the good thing, in my opinion, from the Alola example that I did throw out is that even though it's a standstill hunt, it's relatively fast, and then it's a soft reset. You don't need to run away. Like, it's gonna be quite a bit faster, indeed. Oh. I don't know how harvest affects the odds for the Pumpkaboo because I just don't understand how it works apart from just boosting the chance. But normally the average size is 10%, the small and the large one are 5%, and the extra large or super sized one, whichever way you might be preferring it to say, is a 1%. But the thing about a super sized one, it is always having a miracle seed because it's rare. But yeah, I don't think that they have ever had the same chance of spawning. It is kind of in Pokemon Go as well, but it's like not that easy to see because, you know, Pokemon Go. But I'm pretty sure that the supersized one has always been the rarest. But I still think the coolest thing about, like, Pumpkaboo that if you want to breed for a specific size, you can. Because, like, all of them have, of course, different stats. Nice. Nice to come up with ideas. Also, I will say one thing that I've been surprised about during this Pumpkaboo hunt, that it hasn't been asked too often. Yeah, I know. I know the feeling, I have way too many hunts. I have way too many hunts going on. Maybe one too many. Yeah, I think that I've been surprised about during this hunt that not too many have been asking like why I'm not using a spooky tree instead. I'm using a funny tree. My explanation will always be that I will be given this executor that has the hidden ability. I don't want to be going for another one if I don't need to, slash if I don't find it. Because I already have one. Even though Trevenant wouldn't be too bad, but you know, I already have it. It's surprising that it hasn't been asked too much, because of course like Trevenant is the most used harvest Pokemon. But then again, hidden abilities can be an pain. But yeah, I'm most likely not gonna be starting on too many more Halloween hunts indeed. First of all, it's quite close to being, you know, end of the month, and second of all, as I said, Pumpkaboo. I had so many hunts planned. But then Pumpkaboo. That's what you get when you get first a very fast hunt, and then the next one is gonna be slower when you go for the same Pokemon. Imagine if it would be the case that you could be hunting one Pokemon only once to be shiny and then it would be locked forever. You can hunt this Pokemon, but only once. Then it's gone. You can never get it shiny again. Even if it would be guaranteed, it would be for some reason be just turning into a non-shiny one. Weirdly, a thing that I would kind of see them to do at some point for funsies. I mean, in some situations it would be nice, though, that you could be, you know... That's the third one for... Why not a single one for the one that I'm using? Excuse me? Using one Joy-Con. Because I don't need the other one. What are you doing? I mean, during other hunts I do be using it a little bit more, but still. I guess I soon need to be putting that the Joy-Con that I don't use to be charging then. I mean, at least if nothing else, the cable is not gonna be in my way. Yeah, I mean it makes sense because, like, I don't like. Of course, I don't like always like when I'm not playing with them. I don't like put them to charge. And the last stream that I did do was in Legends Arceus, you know, the funny Gudra. So there I was using the other part more because boosting. But still, I'm currently using this one more. Yeah, the funny Gudra that I have I may or may not have a 2 boxes of not 2 full ones. Because the alphas aren't there and also the first 2 phases I moved somewhere else. But I may or may not have 2 boxes. Yeah. The last Kudra hunt was insane. First 2 runs, first from a massive mass outbreak, then from a mass outbreak. 1 run without anything, then a random one. Then again 1 run, and then another one. It was insane. I got 8 phases. It do be like that sometimes. It do be. It was indeed insane of a hunt that day. And funnily enough, 4 out of the 8 that I did get was from like random ones. 3 were from massive mass outbreak and 1 was from a mass outbreak. So something doesn't add up. Something doesn't add up in my mind for that. Well, hey, you got your lucky days and then you get your unlucky days. But yeah, yesterday also was quite lucky for me. Still can't remember. Or still can. I still can't remember what happened yesterday, even though I'm saying that yesterday was insane. I can't still believe it. I meant to say. The Eevee with the SOS. With a hidden ability and definitely under odds. And the another one that was definitely under odds was the Ratchchow. Wow. So it makes sense if I don't get anything today because, you know, I'm being quite lucky lately. Even though every single game has had different odds. But still. That is how luck works most of the time indeed. Love to see it though. Also, I don't know what it is always with Legends Arceus. And when people are doing like the alpha hunting, like the guaranteed ones, they have always been like under odds. From like what I have like seen. I mean, so far for me, it has been the case because, you know, maximum of research level 10 has been my odds. But it is indeed like insane, like considering that, you know, you can only see the 1 alpha from each check, but weird. Stretching tall. I'm pretty sure that that's the smallest one. And behind it should be the largest one. Funny things. Be sure that that would be the supersized one. Sometimes so hard to see which is the supersized one and which is the just the extra large one. Considering that there may or may not be a little bit of a slope in here. If I now would be encountering that pumpkaboo, I would or the pumpkaboo that is back there, I would like to say that then I would have been getting all of the sizes like back to back like that. Not in the correct order, but still pretty cool. Yeah, it's a supersized one. Another supersized one, jeez! What do you mean by that, game? I wonder one thing about this game, though. Oh, cool. First snow is on that one. Thanks. I wonder if anyone would be getting somewhat of usage of a repel in this game. Because I have been ranting that they are pretty much useless, but I wonder if you would actually be able to get some usage out of it. Because, you know, you can always just not encounter the random ones or not encounter the visible ones. I mean, sometimes it is insane, like when a Sneasel just speeds through the speed of sound, but it is still technically possible. It's always interesting though that, like, for whatever reason, in most of the Pokemon games, even though some items aren't used, there is still like text what they do. For whatever reason isn't the thing that will be added like later on. For example, that could be the case, but still, like, does it really make sense to be having each? Because it's not like you can transfer them to the game anyways. Like, there is no way to, like, get the items. Because the thing is, if you would be having a Pokemon holding an item and then transfer it into home, it's just gonna be removing the held item. So, like, why do they exist? Exactly. Like, why is there, like, a text? How does a thing work if you can't actually ever use it or see it? I mean, sure, like most of the things are, if they are not used, they are just repeats from previous generations. But that's sometimes a question, like, there is some items that have never been used, or like, really said anything about, but then there still is like, text what they do? Why, exactly? I think there was like a clothing truck or something like that, like an item in X and Y that you could be changing clothes wherever you would like. And I'm pretty sure that it isn't a thing. But they still like, it exists. It could be just me thinking of like, you know, being programmer and stuff like that, that I've been always taught that if you don't use something, delete it. Make the game run better and stuff like that. But it also could be because I've been mostly doing like mobile games, so they have their limits. But like still. Especially in some like older games where you know that you would never be having like updates to the games. But then it also could be always a thing that maybe they thought that they would be doing it at some point, but then decided not to. I know why it happened with certain locations in Gen 3. I know what happened with them indeed. They were meant to be event locations where in certain events there would be Pokemon spawning in. But then they decided to make some side games and get the Pokemons from there. Since you know you couldn't be transferring Pokemons from Gen 2 to Gen 3. Back in the day at least. Mario. It'd be interesting though, it would be interesting indeed. Also, I don't know why it bothers me so much that it isn't the case in most games, but whenever it's a thing in games, it bothers me so much that, let's say that two people have the same score, and like logically thinking they should be having like the same rank. But then some games work like that, that they don't share the rank, and it usually goes by who did get the points first is the first, like, and then the other one is like one number after it, even though they technically should be, you know, the same. It just bothers me, like, in, like, why? Isn't it the usual thing that if people share the same score, they are, you know, the same rank? Why? I mean, I guess in some games there could be like, maybe like a smaller, another thing that also like is taken to the count, but I still don't understand it honestly, especially if it's not like shown the other one, so you could like kind of make sense why you with the same score as someone else is, you know, below it, even though you should be technically sharing the spot. but I don't know. Just feels odd sometimes. Then again, can I really talk about it too much? Because I have never really done anything like that. Not really. But at the same time, I imagine it shouldn't be too hard to do. You know? It just doesn't seem like a thing that there wouldn't be like a thing to already do it with. You know, since usually in programming there is like some things that have already been done, so you can pretty much just copy the thing that they have used and then make it work for you. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I will say that in most of the in the recent years of games that have been like recently in like release and stuff, I think there is too much of like showing how other people are doing. I mean, I understand it kind of for some games, so like people would be playing it more and more. But it doesn't make sense for all of the games though. It's a third supersize in a row. What do you mean? What do you mean, game? It's ridiculous how many times that has happened during the whole of this hunt. It's not an everyday thing, but like quite often though. Quite often indeed. Also, one thing that I just remembered about cleaning as well, what I hate, which is usually the case in kitchen, you know? Whenever there is like a place that gets dusty, but it's like, you know, close enough to an area where you are, you know, cooking normally with usually, you know, an oven or a stovetop, whatever my thing. Because cheese, when dusty, does get into a point that it's mixed in with all the grease and stuff. It's a pain. Like, even if you're using like the best things ever, it's such a pain to try and remove them. Thankfully, I now know a better way to deal with it, but it's still kind of a pain. Why can't they just make like a supply that would be always working with them nicely? It's just this what it is though. Also, it's quite insane to think about since last Monday we did have like 10 hours of sunlight. That's the reason why my indeed is nicknamed Sunlight, because I was talking about it. And now, a little over a week later, it's almost cut down a whole hour. Insane. As I said, soon it's gonna be the case that I will be seeing the sun to be up for almost the entire time that it's up. Hello there. How are you doing? I guess I need to soon plug that one in as well. Oh, the pain, oh, the pain. Guess there is no way that I can get all the encounters done today without doing that. And they're starting to be, indeed. It do be like that. I mean, to be fair though, they have been like, when I've been playing on about at least 12 hours. So like, it do be expected. I haven't charged. I think I did charge them on a Monday at some point. Well, at least like 12 hours they have been doing things. Yeah, more or less. We are looking mostly in the grass areas for Pokemons, indeed. Of course, they haven't been in the robot. Different days. Different days, indeed. Didn't use these Joy-Cons yesterday at all. Hello there. You dog. I guess when the next warning is showing itself, then I will be plugging these ones as well. And I'm gonna be a little bit of limited on my movements that I can do. As you know, the cable, it isn't that long, unfortunately. It's decently. A decent length, but it's not that long at the end of the day, indeed. Yeah, I don't No, have I ever played with Joy-Cons that they have actually like died? I think I have always plugged them in after the third or the fourth warning. I don't think that I have. I mean, it is not too hard to do that, of course, but I guess since like the Joy-Cons or pretty much anything on Switch, they are like complaining for you quite a decent amount about them. The batteries are low indeed. Like sure, does bunch of different controllers do that, but I guess I don't really pay that much attention always to the other ones. The only ones that I sometimes want to be changing a little too soon is the ones from the Xbox One. Xbox controller indeed. Because in some games I really need that, you know, rumble. And if it's gone, it just feels weird. It's just, you know, feels weird indeed. So like, I kind of want to change them. This boosted Meowth, I think, over there. Of course, there's another boosted Pumpkaboo here, so you can't see it anymore because there can only be one boosted one on the screen at a time because it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's a Meowth. I'm too sure, was it? Can we make a next Pokemon game about being able to jump over things as the player? Sometimes I would wish that I would be able to just jump over the fence. And it's not like in this game that you don't look that you're too young anyways. Why can't I just jump over it? Like, I will say though that it is interesting that there is like the one way like drops in older Pokemon games. Like, of course, like, especially in the 2D games, they don't really seem like they are that big of a fall. Or a climb, whatever, which way you want to think about it. So, like, why can't you just step up? Is my question. Because it does take you a decent amount of time to be falling down from there. And also, every single time that you go down them anyways, you jump. At least it seems like that. So, how high is it? I guess you don't really see like how high it is in PDSB either. Weirdly enough, like I would like to say that those would be the games that you will be able to see the height. It's just weird. how high it is. Because I will say, for me, it just seems like it's just too much. Like from the 2D ones, it just seems like it would be like, let's say, 2 stairs, like put together, like that kind of a height. Because that would make sense that why you can't like climb it or like walk over each. And it also makes sense why you can, like, without a harm, go down. But they just look like the height that you should be able to walk. Just saying. Wanna do be what it do be. Would be always interesting. Of course, again, like gameplay-wise, I understand, and I think most of us understand why they are there. So you just can't be getting into certain places too soon. Or they, like, make them harder to access most of the time. Sometimes it's just a shortcut. But yeah, do be what it do be though. I mean, at least the ledges, they make more sense than, I don't know, some dudes just that are just standing in your way for no reason and leave for no reason. At least they make more sense. But also, does it really make sense that, speaking of like obstacles, that trees just grow immediately? Or is there someone just following you around wherever you go? And whenever you can't see it, they just plant another tree there? Someone just isn't too happy that you did get to, like, go into your journey. They made their lives work to be just being mean to you and putting cut trees where you have already cut the cut trees. Also, one thing that I don't understand as well, like, why is the cut tree so different from every other tree? Again, not thinking of gameplay wise. Like, surely they can be like different trees, but why can't there just be randomly in places like trees that you can catch? Or like just be there. There is in some games that is the case. But in most games there's just, you know, the cut tree where it's, you know, annoying. Like, why is it there? Honestly, I will say that sometimes it just seems like the only logical explanation, even though it doesn't make sense in more recent Pokemon games, is that there is always just a pseudo-voodoo that is just like, you will be, for whatever reason, be able to defeat it with cut and then it just heals back up. Because of the reason that, you know, in Shoto games, there do be literally a pseudo-voodoo blocking your way. But then again, that never returns if you don't defeat to Elite Four. If it even can do that in that game. Yeah, I don't know. What's up with that? What is up with them? And like, if you think also gameplay wise, I don't think that cut trees do serve any purpose to be like regrowing, like, or reappearing, whatever the thing that they are doing. Unlike gameplay wise, it makes sense why like Rock Smash Rocks are appearing again and again. Because, you know, you will be able to get encounters from them, but from cut trees, no, you can't be getting encounters. So what is the reasoning for them to be? That's why I like the headbutt trees as a feature. Because they make more sense for like most of the trees, like why wouldn't there be Pokemons in them, you know? I also do be hoping that they will be keeping like 3 Pokemons to be a thing. But I also wonder what is going to be, you know, the next one. What is it going to be feature-wise? Because most of the time, like, the 3 Pokemons, they have been quite unique. Maybe, of course, remakes have the same feature as, well, what they're making remakes out of. But I hope that they go with something cool as well. Indeed. I still like that they have kind of keep up with the thing, as I said, with the headbutt trees. Like, still to this day. Even though it's not, you know, that obvious anymore, but you can indeed in Scarlet and Violet like headbutt the trees to be dropping the Pokemons. It's not always necessary, but you know, it is indeed a case that you can do. Which, as I said, I think it's a pretty neat detail to like headbutt trees. Are we getting again a bunch of the supersized ones in a row? Game, sometimes you're scaring me. By sometimes, I mean most of the time. Like do be what it do be. Always nice to be having luck in games the wrong way. It's 800 of the day. As I said, I think I will be trying to go for I think I will try to go for a 1,000 today, indeed, so an hour-ish. I guess about half an hour for each 100. 35 is actually the most usual one that I'll be having. A decent amount to go today. Oh dear. Was kind of thinking that next time that I will be hunting the pumpkaboo, if I need to, I probably will be doing Sinisty as well. Just thinking that, as I said, I wanted to take a little bit of a break from each. Concentrate more on this as well. So, yeah. Yeah, why don't we, Chelsea? But I would like to say, though, that if I will be doing Sinisty, that there is a very high chance that I will be getting a face in there. If nothing else, I will be quite close to odds with that, because that do be Shiny Charmed. Because, you know, it's Sinisty. As I said, I would like to be done with it at some point. And I don't mind doing Charmed hunts myself. How about no Pikachu? Super-sized one. It would be completely insane to be getting that to be a shiny. Only one that I don't really want is the large one. So I already have one of those. Like to be getting any other size. As I said, I would preferably want to be getting the small one. So I just think that it would be funny like that. I would absolutely love one day to be getting a Pokemon game. There would be, you know, the visible ones of Pokemons. And then there would be a place that there would be only Pumpkaboos in. Just for the reason that there is the different sizes with them. You could really see, you know, the variety with the sizes in there indeed. I think that would be pretty neat indeed. I think indeed. Game. Don't you dare to be getting me another Pumpkaboo. I'm fine with 2 in a row. 3 in a row is a little ridiculous, thank you. The completely opposite, giving me small. Let's go! It listens. You'll be listening. Let's go! Oh my god, another supersized one. I'm just honestly wondering how many different things you would be able to make from a supersized Pumpkaboo. Because, you know, it do be quite, you know, big. Quite heavy and stuff like that. Like, of course, like, I'm assuming that most of the weight does come from, like, the pumpkin. Not the ghost part. I wonder how much you would be able to make from supersized Pumpkaboo, like size-wise. What would you be able to do, indeed? Also, I will say one thing as well, since, you know, sizes and stuff like that is in mind. This Pumpkaboo has different sizes. I wonder how interesting it would be, since, you know, sizes, they do be quite a big thing nowadays in Pokemon games. They have indeed come with kind of a norm thing. I just wonder, would there be someday a Pokemon that would be more likely to be like a larger size, like a large one, and then like on completely opposite end, that one that would be more likely to be a small one instead? But then again, I don't really know if that would be a thing, because, you know, of course, like, Pokemon's, like, average size does kind of tell you what's going on already. But I still think that it would be pretty unique, though. I think that still would be pretty unique indeed. Oh, come on! It's a Yamper! It would be a Yamper indeed. Anyways, good day indeed. Seeing finally different colored Pokemons. Still do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. That you will be able to have a good luck finding something indeed. Of course, always hoping that it would be target, but shiny is to shiny at the end of the day, and why not always be having really a target in mind? It's the case sometimes with me as well that I might be wanting to be getting something there more than others, but I would also be fine with anything. So yeah. Sometimes it's nice to be having those hunts that you don't necessarily be having a target in mind, because at least if you ask me, then you can't really be disappointed by the result. You don't get, you know, what you wanted. Precise one? Yeah. Maybe. Indeed, be a supersized one. Hello! How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day indeed. It's a weird sound for the exclamation point. But it can be sometimes. Noticed it indeed. I mean, it kind of sometimes it's the problem of there is something else sound-wise happening, so it just doesn't really know how to display too well. It is indeed thing sometimes. What? It do be what it do be? It do be indeed. I'm just wondering. There's like few Pokemons like this side-wise that I would like to see Pokemons more based on them. Definitely one of them would be like another like either like a pony or like a unicorn. I think that would be kind of cool. More ponies would be nice, like the horses, donkeys, or what, like going to like that. I would like to be seeing more of them. Personally, indeed. As like, I think that there is like quite a good potential in would be going there again. Because like we have the ones that have the we have the ones that are, you know, in fire, ones that are magical, ones that are muddy. I don't know what they would be able to do with them. Well, as I said, maybe another like legendary based on them. Because I will say, even though we have the royal steeds, or whatever my things, the Calyrex ones, I think there are steeds, I don't remember though. I would kind of wish that we would be having another one like that. For the reason being that I would like to see indeed like how they would be working as a standalone one instead. Because even though like they work alone, for me they will always be kind of just be overshadowed by the like Calyrex. It's gonna be for me like that. It could be more or less because the story is like focused on Calyrex. Could be. But yeah. Maybe though, maybe indeed. Another one that I would like to get again as a Pokemon would be some sort of like a Phoenix. I know Moltres is kind of. I would like to indeed. Because like, especially because they don't like Moltres doesn't really do like, even if it would be based on like Phoenix, it doesn't do like a usual thing that the Phoenix are, in my opinion, known for, which is to, you know, come back in life. So I think like one based on that wouldn't be like too bad. Again, probably working more as a legendary. But still. I guess it's also Ho, but it doesn't really revive itself, it revives others. Yeah. Also, I don't know what did bring me the idea, but for whatever reason now I want Talonflame to be getting a regional variant where it's a water type. I don't know why. It's just like, no, it is just a thing that now I want. It could be because for me, I don't think that too many of the water flying ones or flying water ones are cool. They are, sometimes they're strong, sometimes they look cool. Like, or beautiful, I guess, in Swan's case. That was a quick one. A random encounter, jeez. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't think that they have done though too many like birds to be having regional variants though. Even though for me like birds would probably be like one of the ones that would be making kind of sense to be having a regional variance of. For the reason being that, you know, since birds they do be doing in here, like they do be moving when it's winter. They are doing the same thing in when it's summer, but you know, same thing. it could be that. But then again, we have quite a good amount of birds. Or like different kinds of birds. So it could be a little harder to do. But I'm not saying that I wouldn't like it, though. Not saying that indeed. Oh. The other grass type, cool. I don't know why these last two random ones have been so fast. Usually they take a while before I can encounter them. Thanks. Still don't understand your hitbox though, my dude. This doesn't make sense half of the time indeed. What it do be though? But hey, isn't it in every game that there is always problems with hitbox and stuff? Yeah, it really depends because some games they of course go for a more of a simple solution with it. And then like you can easily hit them or they can easily hit you. But then some games just they are mostly like pretty close to the hitbox that they should be, and then for whatever reason they are different for other ones. Still bothers me how BDSP works with that though. Still works I know as a creed, even though it's not a creed anymore. It is, but it's not like you're only gonna be moving by using the D-pad, you know? So that's why I think it's very strange, personally. But thankfully it only is really a problem for me when I'm like in caves where there is rocks, that the hitbox doesn't make the most amount of sense. But I will say that, like, the nice thing about PTSD is that in some situations you can, like, get steps ridiculously fast because of the way that it works. I, like, understand why they did need to make PTSD work as it is, because, you know, there is still the option that you can use the D-pad. So of course it needs to be in with the D-pad. It's just like, why? Why though? Why indeed? But hey, it could be worse. Oh god, there's nothing. Absolutely nothing. All. They're all trike. Absolutely nothing there. Hello, Harvest? Question mark? Harvest is a thing? Nice. But hey, we're being fairly lucky with Harvest today, so it makes sense that we would be having sometimes issues with it, though. It would indeed. Another Meowth. Hopefully there would be more pumpkins in here. Yeah, looking a very good start. Going to be a very good start indeed. Thank you very much. Appreciate it indeed, game. The Choyons have... They have indeed been charged enough, so I should be able to do today. That I will be probably, if I remember, will be putting them to charge this night then. Or probably pretty much as soon as I'm done with the stream. Just remember, because they do, you know, things that you can be sometimes be forgetting to be that kind of things indeed. Supersized pumpkin. But I wonder always, what is going to be the next Pokemon that they make to be having different colors as the, like, the normal coloring. Minior, for example. An even better question than that is that when they're gonna be making something like Wormadam again, that the different forms have different, you know, things going on with them. When is it going to be, indeed? Soon 100 more to go, and we seem to be quite good with like about the phase that I was thinking that we would be, which of course will be always greatly appreciated indeed. We're done, maybe for me half past. Not half past, maybe not that much. It's not gonna be taking an over an hour, no way. Maybe like 10 or 15 minutes past 8 p.m. It's probably gonna be the case. Delete. So indeed, it's gonna be like almost 6 hours then, because we started today? Yeah. More or less. So it's almost gonna be 6 hours. Well, it makes sense because, you know, having an extra hour for the 100 more, 200 more encounters. So used to that it's gonna be taking 100 in each hour. It is indeed the most popular option for me. At the same time, I would so wish that you would somehow be able to make the running away automatic, but at the same time, I don't want you. Like, sometimes it would be very nice that you would be able to do that. I like in the, you know, the EEST games, you can just click the bottom screen usually to run away from things. And that's nice because menuing sometimes can be a pain, and I don't necessarily like them indeed. Necessarily like them that much indeed. I'm just stretched though. $900 of the day. Still nothing, I see. Still nothing indeed. Good progress though. keep going on though. Yeah. 30 to 35 minutes more or less. If we don't find too many pumpkins, it's of course gonna be taking more time if you find a bunch of pumpkins. It's probably not gonna be too much less time though, but if for whatever reason there's just not gonna be pumpkins, it's kind of hard to encounter them, you know? That's why I'm kind of looking forward to doing a hunt again in Sword and Shield, where I will be going for everything. That's why I kind of thought that if I would indeed be able to do the old cemetery hunt, I think that would be kind of like nice. I mean, probably at some point. Because in most cases, unfortunately for me, there is like maybe like one or two that I don't want at all. Probably the most, or most closest to, yeah. Most closest to is now, I think. Probably the closest thing that I have ever gotten to that would be the Darumaka hunt. Because I literally went for almost everything in there. Like I was doing it in Ground Tundra. The only one that I can right now straight away remember that I didn't go for was Bear Cheek, because I already have one. It is from Dynamax Adventures, but it isn't the most exciting shiny though. It's a shame as well, because Popchu is lovely. Like, I wouldn't even mind if it would be getting like, let's say like a pink hue all over it. I wouldn't mind that, even though it probably wouldn't be looking too good, but at the same time it also doesn't look too good now. That's the thing. Oh my god, it's an Eevee. No. I don't want the rare things. Or that kind of rare things. I want the other kind of rare things. Oh god. How funny you are, game, sometimes. How funny you are indeed. In Pumpkinville's case, I'm always wondering which one I will be noticing first. The purple or the black? Because I'm more, I think, concentrated on like the top part, you know? But then again, it's the one that changes less. You know? It is indeed a part that changes less though. So I wonder if the purple would be the one that I would notice first. It is always the situation with the ones that like... everything changes more or less. Maybe not everything, maybe like eye color or something like that wouldn't be changing, but everything else. And like both of them do change like noticeably. will be the case. The other thing is that I wonder, like, which one will it be for Farfetch'd as well? Will I be noticing the leak? Or will I be noticing, you know, the body going yellow? I think those would be the most likely that I would be noticing from each. But then again, yes, it's a good thing that sounds or sparkles anyways are a thing. I will say one thing though. I know it's like a kind of a thing from older games and why it's probably a thing in this game as well. But I will say though that I kind of would wish that the shiny sparkles for Pokemons, they would be happening like when the Pokemon is closer by rather than very far away, you know? Like, it's not like that if we give a change that I don't mind it, but I think that might be looking, you know, cool. What a great Pokemon you are. I wonder what would have happened to Pumpkaboo if it wouldn't have been Grass Ghost type. Because the thing is that I don't know, but I kind of have always seen like Pumpkaboo in a situation that I think it should be getting more attention than it does. Because I just think that, you know, Phantom kind of takes the attention away from each. You know, bringing a Grass Ghost type from same generation introduced at the same time, you know. I just wonder what would have happened if it would be having a different typing. Because honestly, I will say that I would see more if one of them would be changing typings. I would be seeing Pumpkaboo do it more. You know, going for fire type would be quite obvious. I don't know which one I would like to change. Because I will say though, like, Pumpkaboo specifically doesn't really scream for me a ghost. Should it be like part fire type instead? But then again, it wouldn't be too spooky then. But also it would be kind of weird to be introducing another fire ghost fire type. It would indeed. Like, especially considering that Chandler was just previous generation, and it makes more sense. But yeah, I don't know. What else could it be? Honestly, I will say though that I think Trevenant would be fitting to be Dark type. And honestly, Gorgeist or whatever my thing is, Revolution, I think it would be like somewhat fitting to be Psychic type specifically. I don't know what it is about it, but it could definitely be. If nothing else, that at least would be making the both two be looking a little bit different from each other. As I said, I kind of just think that since the type combination have been very heavily used, that they kind of like one is very much on the top and the other one is kind of forgotten. Which I don't mind that the Phantom is, like, in my eyes, the more popular one. At the same time, I also like Pumpkaboo. I like them both, so that's kind of why I'm like quite upset myself that they both share the same type from the same generation. And I'm pretty sure it was a new type combination anyways. It isn't like they did do any better on the next generation though, because I'm pretty sure that there was 2 new fully evolved grass ghost types. They really like that type combination. For a while at least. Then they have kind of forgotten about it. Not completely, of course, but kind of forgotten about it, you know. It isn't as big of a thing. Which also, in my eyes, it's a little bit of a bummer because it's not like I mind any of the designs that we did get for grass and ghost types. But I think they could have still been better if they would have waited. Try and at least be a little bit more like not straight away everything at once kind. But yeah, it do be what it do be though. Or is grass ghost type combination always be like that, they are always coming in pairs? Like weirdly. It would be strange, but weirdly making sense though. Weirdly indeed. A precise one though, waiting for me. Background. Soon. It's not like I will be spending the next 15 here, right? No way! Anyways, Emperors. Emperor. Also, one thing I will say that even though I'm not too upset about it, but I also think that it would be a cool thing if they would be doing that, is to calm down with the dog Pokemons. Like, I of course don't mind like one dog Pokemon for each region kind of a thing. Maybe a legendary like that, but like having a one dog Pokemon for a region is fine. But then in Scarlet and Violet, how many were there? How many are there? I mean, at least it's good that they are all like different. That's a good thing, of course, that they are all different. At the same time, it's a shame that there's just a bunch of them there. But at the same time, I'm also kind of wishing that we would be having a dog starter. Just because, you know, we have had cat starters. So having a dog starter would be nice. But then again, as cool as it would be, I'm kind of thinking one reason that they might not have done it yet is because like the reason that then they can't really be giving the dog Pokemon to every trainer, as you know. Dogs are quite the usual pets. I don't necessarily see that as a reason not to be getting one, though. I really see it like that. But hey, maybe one day. But then again, I'm also kind of wondering again, because like we did have so many dog Pokemons at once in Scarlet and Violet. It's a basic question. Do they really have like unique ideas for dogs? That's the thing. As I said, I don't mind that we have 2 cat starters, but why not the dog one as well? There could be a bunch of reasons why there haven't been. As I said, one that would be making sense, then they couldn't be giving the regions like dog Pokemon to random trainers. But then again, they could just be having another like dog Pokemon there. Also, I don't know why, but I would like to see a dog and a cat Pokemon that would be just one stage. So I'm pretty sure that all of them have been having 2 stages at least. Most of them have only 2 stages. The only one that I can think of right now that has more than has 3 stages and is in the starter for cat and dog, or a dog, is Lollipop line. It's weird that they have kind of kept it that way, but I mean, I will say it makes sense, you know, having the puppy slash kitten and then have it to be like an adult. So like, makes sense. But then again, we could just have, you know, a single stage one as well. No evolutions, no nothing. Yeah, has there actually been any cat slash dog Pokemon that are like that? It's like some things that are similar, but not exactly. Hmm. Oh god. Meow did see me there. I mean, I know that I wasn't hiding, but interesting that did decide to watch this way or that way that I was in. It could be the reason why I kind of would like to get especially like a single stage catch Pokemon is because even though cats do as well like look a little different, are they like kittens or not? I just think that cats kind of look the same throughout the years though. Unlike it is the case sometimes with some dogs that they do be looking quite drastically different, like between like is it a puppy or is it a like a fully grown one? It could be because I just haven't seen a cat to be like that as well. Hmm. Yeah, but it would be kind of cool anyways. Does it really be making sense? No, it's Pokemon. What do you expect? You expect Pokemon games to be making sense? You are a fool. I mean, sometimes yes, but most of the time, no. And it's not like in my situation that I sometimes overthink things and things don't make sense because of that. There is just some things in Pokemon games that don't make absolutely no sense at all in any in any circumstances. So hello cat who has gotten rest of her food today and is telling me everything about it, that she is still hungry because she is never full. Obviously. Hello there. I know you did also eat some dry food as well, I did see that. Are you ready? That I will indeed soon be putting them to dishwasher. Are you ready for it? Then you don't have your usual bowls to be eating from. Thankfully you don't really care because you only care that it's your food. And hello cat, are you gonna be breaking my game again? And giving me some luck. Because you're on the table. Are you? Okay, I understand that you have gotten some food. You're happy. Yeah? Are you... You're helping, okay, cool. It's a strange place for you to be, but I don't mind it. Sure. Be there. Bringing me luck again. I hope. Not another sort of like situation with the cat. If you bring me yet again another shiny, I think you're officially my somewhat of a shiny charm. Even though I don't have a shiny charm in the game. Yeah. Are you? Like that. You silly cat. Oh, good luck with a full-out hunt in PDSB. Do you have a specific target in mind in there? Oh, that's a pretty decent pool there. Decent pool indeed. A cool box. Yeah, it's pretty nice shiny indeed. UB. Volbeat and Illumise, they do be always two weird bug Pokemon, I will say. That they are kind of version exclusives. But actually, in most cases, no. It do be like that indeed. Like, it's just like, it's higher chance in the other game than the other. It's a decent one though, and like one that I completely understand that even though they are similar Pokemon kind of counterparts, that they aren't version exclusives. I mean, I don't know, but I don't think that there's too many Pokemon that would specifically want to be trading for them. It is just an unfortunate thing. They're pretty, like, cool ideas and everything. But it is always nice, even though Pokemons are counterparts to each other, that they have more unique things about them. At least, like, one thing that they could have done for Volbeat and Illumise, if they wouldn't have liked to switch up the designs, they could have had then different typings. The other one could have been fire, the other one could have been electric, because, you know, fireflies. The other one being literally a firefly. And the other one just, like, because of electric and lighting. Gonna be nice. Would have probably also made them a little bit more interesting. But still pretty decent though. Yeah, Bug Fairy would have been too bad, but of course it wasn't introduced back then. Fairy type. And I will say that probably Illumise wouldn't have been too high on the list to be having each either, unfortunately. But yeah, I would wish, like, I don't mind them as Pokemon, so that is, I don't care about them, but also, like, I think they're kind of cool. So I would kind of wish that they would be having something a little bit more interesting going on. Something indeed. As I said, it could be a type thing. It could be a... that they would be looking more different from each other, even though they're counterparts. you could pin out like Nidorans that, even though they are like literally a counterparts, they at least look different from each other, like clearly. But yeah, still pretty cool. Would like if they would be a little bit more powerful and available in games a little bit earlier. Or at least like using for a little while, kind of like that indeed. Because I honestly think that they would be pretty much perfect for that. It could be also because I like to use bug types on my teams, at least as I said like early on, because bug types are kind of known for that they evolve pretty early, and they are for the early game pretty powerful because of that. But yeah. Doobie waddy doobie. Yeah. A strange little cat, are you? You are a little strange cat, indeed. For some reason I'm thinking, Cat, that you're not gonna be bringing me luck today. You're not gonna be giving me luck with the last encounters in here. Only few of them left. A few of them left indeed. There's nothing there. Jeez. Absolutely nothing. Oh my god, Harvest. Do your job. Jeez, that thing there. What's going on? But yeah, I'm not completely sure what I'll be doing tomorrow. I might be continuing this. Don't get it from the last few encounters. But if I'll be continuing this, as I said, probably checking down Sinisty to the side. Been getting a decent amount of progress in here. So getting Sinisty pack on. Getting a face or two. Always a possibility. Always a possibility indeed. But yeah, I'm not completely sure. I was mostly gonna be going with whatever I will be feeling. But yeah, that is kind of the plan indeed. So one thing that I need to remember before I do another Sinisty phase indeed will be that I need to remember to buy some Pokeballs. Because I'm quite low on Not really, but like I would like a little bit more variety. And Cat is stealing my stream deck. No, you can't be doing that. Silly. You silly cat. You can't be doing things. Are you watching the screen because there's gonna be purple pumpkin there? They're usually not facing the monitors. They're usually facing me. I know that there is things going on the screen, so that's probably why you're still watching it. Is things moving? But yeah. One more after this, then unfortunately indeed we be done. Good 6 hours indeed. That was pretty accurate when I would be done. Nice. Gotta be extra careful that that pumpkaboo will be the last one. No purple pumpkin today. Supersized one to end it with even. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around though. As I said, tomorrow I might be continuing this and the Sinisty. Not saying anything for certain, of course. But a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today, and remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you indeed tomorrow with something. Until then, bye!